following broadcast is a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Media Network. Cameras are ready. The headset is on. It's game time.
And good evening and welcome here to The Hive. I'm Jason Groth with Lance Rock as we get ready to go for high school wrestling action tonight live at The Hive. The Yellow Jackets will take on the Fosston Bagley Brawlers. Then Dillon, Flynn, and Felton will do battle with Fosston Bagley. And then the night will close with Perham taking on Fosston Bagley. A nice triple header of action here tonight, Lance.
Yeah, and throw in Parents' Night, so kind of a neat time to honor the parents and all that they do for their son and student athlete, and so it makes for a nice night of wrestling, and it's good to bring in some competition here. One will be a section opponent and one that we saw last year. So DGF, it's kind of nice to get your bearings. We've seen Thief River Falls, we've seen Pequot Lakes, Pine River Bacchus, now DGF and a few others on the list as we get going. It's nice to see them in a duel instead of an individual tournament format. So good wrestling going to happen tonight. Jason, it's really kind of fun to watch some of these teams that you don't get to see all the time. Went out to do some research in the last couple days and to find out some of their wrestlers and where they're at, and we'll kind of go through a little bit of that today. But great setup here at the Hive as always, and both teams kind of warming up now. The Yellow Jackets are up in the wrestling room getting themselves ready to go, and the Brawlers are out in front of us.
Should be an exciting matches here tonight at the Hive. As we bring you all the action, we'll keep you up to date throughout the night as what is taking place, and some good matches that should take place. Perham, coming off what was a very busy weekend competing in Eden Prairie, faced some real tough competition down there.
Yeah, it was a busy week for the Yellow Jackets. Weather postponement, or they would have been in Battle Lake wrestling Otter Tail Central on Tuesday. Ended up going to New London Spicer and battled the cold weather all the way up there, and faced two really good opponents there as well. Came out with a split 1-1, and again had a few people out of the lineup. It's kind of what's going around again. We hate to bring it up, but illnesses, and it's just that time of year when everybody's inside all the time. And then traveled to Eden Prairie and saw some really, really good competition. Just off the top of my head, Eden Prairie, Albert Lee, Scott West, Big Lake, which is rated. So a lot of teams, a lot of good competition, and two kind of hallmarks or milestones were hit while we were at Eden Prairie, Jason, as Blake Lawrence got his 80th win. And with some shortened season there and some different things going on with Blake, 80 wins is really nice, and definitely puts him in reach towards maybe 100 at the end of the year, depending on what goes. But it'd be a lot of matches left for him to get to that mark. But a great wrestler, has had a great career for the Yellow Jackets, and is really a stalwart in that wrestling room as a captain. And the other one was Brian Ramos. Got his 125th win, and it just seems like the it seemed like the other day we were celebrating his 100th win, and that's because Brian's just ripping through a lot of the competition with a 26-1 record, and his only loss coming to the Rumble to a nationally ranked opponent when he was in the championship at the Rumble at the Fargo Dome. So 2 senior leader captains just doing really good things and leading by example, and the wins are coming on the mat for those 2.
Should be interesting to see how they and their teammates play out tonight. We'll take a break here on the Magnitude Sports Media Network. Come back with more as our pre-match show continues here on the Magnitude Sports Media Network.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results. Yield expected, yield delivered. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans have yield.
Hi, I'm Trevor Seaman with United Community Bank, and today we're down at the Gathering Grounds, joined with Ashley Clifton.
Hello.
Ashley, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
What's the best part for you about working with United Community Bank?
Besides just that they believed in me and kind of took a chance on me and helped me get it all together, I think what's more is that they really do support the community. They come in the store all the time. They don't just give us business, but they, encourage our business, buy gift cards in the winter when we're slower to give to other, locals and businesses, so it's just really inspirational for me.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuffy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
Welcome back here live at the Hive as we get ready to go. The Yellow Jackets getting ready to take on the Fosston Bagley Brawlers in match 1 of 3 here from the Hive. Should be a fun-filled night of wrestling action here. And Lance, it's kind of a kickoff. It's going to be a busy few days for us broadcasting-wise with the 3 matches here. And then a big basketball game coming up on Thursday and as well as Saturday.
Yeah, it's exciting to kick it off with some wrestling, Jason, and you hit the nail right on the head. As we'll be back to cover the DGF boys versus the Perham boys here live at the Hive, and excited for that one as we've got to cover DGF and see what they bring, and they have a lot of talent surrounding a really, really good player in Owen Leach. So excited for that. And then we have the crossover classic, I believe.
Yes, we will. Perham girls taking on Fergus Falls, and the boys will take on Fergus Falls to conclude the night. But there's 8 games all day on Saturday here from the Hive, so make sure if you're wanting to check those out, head on in to the Hive, watch some basketball kicking off 9:30 in the morning, game 1. And if you want to check out the full schedule, the breakdown has it on their website as well as on our Perham Schools Facebook page. The full schedule of games has been officially released today on our Facebook page, but it's going to be a fun slate of contests here at the Crossover Classic put on by the Breakdown, one of the many breakdown events that the Perham boys basketball team participates in during the year.
Yeah, and I'd hate to draw that straw to be the 9:30 in the morning game, Jason. The only thing I can compare it to is playing in the state finals and at 8:30 in the morning in the Metrodome. just really not a normal thing for a kid to get up that early and be prepared and ready to go. But I know that the athletes will, and coming into this facility for a lot of teams, maybe for the first time, is really a good thing. But here tonight, we've got some really good action going to get started with Fosston Bagley starting off first against the Perham Yellow Jackets. And just to fill you in, because we haven't been on the air, the Yellow Jackets have been on the road kind of exclusively since we were here. I guess it would have been Thief River and Bemidji here way back to start the season. The Yellow Jackets are 6-10 on the season. Kind of going through some ups and downs, but wrestling some really good competition. And one of the things that I remember Coach Rob Mosier always telling Leighton is that steel sharpens steel, or iron sharpens iron. And I think that you're going to see that out of the Yellow Jackets. They're really seeing some good competition. I know for a lot of kids, they might go to a tournament and see 3 out of the 6 kids in their bracket are ranked opponents, and that's huge. So I think as you get in, you're going to see some really good wrestling. We've got some kids starting to peak right now. They really look good down at Eden Prairie, and it's good. And the young kids who were coming out the first time, the last time we saw you, are now kind of some seasoned veterans. Their records might not be quite where they want them to be, but they're coming. And give the coaching staff here at Perham credit for taking a young group. Coach Vetch and Trout and Felt, man, they're doing just a excellent job with these guys.
Oh, they have, and they've been doing a great job taking the program over the last few years. They've really battled through some unique times with you throwing the COVID year and now getting back to things here. They're really hoping to build off what was a unique end last year and trying to build off a tough tournament last weekend where they faced some real strong competition and hopefully build some momentum.
Yeah, you're starting to see some leadership from some of these older guys now helping the younger guys out, kind of remembering where they were at that time. And I think in this opening match, we're going to see some real nice matches in here. If you want to highlight some, I think every match is a highlight because these kids work so hard. But if you look kind of to the bell cow matches, so to speak, look to 126 as Aiden Wolf is a 10th grader from Fosston Bagley. He's now rated 9th in the state of Minnesota, was 29-1, ended up going into the state last year, 30-3 record as a 9th grader last year. So I don't care where you're at or what part of the state or what class. If you're 30-3, you know what you're doing out there. So 126, look for Aiden Wolf, and that's a place where the Yellow Jackets have a little flexibility, whether it's Johnny Ramos or our young Tegan Detloff coming out there. Another wrestler would be Keegan Singer from at 145 for Fosston. So maybe a good matchup for Caden Felt tonight. 170, Caden Sanford is a veteran wrestler for them, and they're a little bit, their upper weights, they get a little bit more veteran as they go, but definitely some good matches today. The Yellow Jackets have to be ready to come out and duel, and I don't have the records for Fosston Bagley, so I apologize for that. I tried to do some checking, but didn't find much, so we'll kind of go as they go here, and we'll let you know more as we're going. So some really good things, and if you're a Yellow Jacket fan, Chandler Mickelson still rated number 9 at 113 pounds, and Brian Ramos, even though I highly doubt he's going to 170, is number 4 at 170, and I can see Brian, he's been wrestling 182 all year, probably bumping up into that 82. And then as we get going at 170, DGF has a ranked wrestler in Jordan Summers, and he is a 2-time state entrant. So some good quality wrestlers here tonight. We're glad that you could join us. We're pretty excited about tonight, and I'm always glad to be able to bring some wrestling. Again, Jason and I will do the best we can.
Indeed we will, as it should be an exciting duel. Like you said, you went through some of those key matchups. It'll be interesting to see. We talked about momentum, and a lot of those times is preventing your opponent of getting on a big run and trying to stretch that team score out. It'll be interesting to see who or where the big stop or the big run comes from each team. But we'll take a quick timeout here on the Magnitude Sports Media Network.
When everything is in one place, it's easier to stay focused on your own life. At Central Minnesota Credit Union, we've streamlined our financial tools to ensure you have everything you need all under one roof. Whether you're starting a family, starting a business, or buying a home, CMCU is here to be a trusted financial partner, CMCU offers free checking options and a network of financial experts. Because when everything is in one place, it's easier to stay focused on your own life.
They say $1 doesn't go far these days, but in my classroom, it does. Especially when I can use it to buy technology to keep my students on the cutting edge of learning.
Arvig donates money to my school through a school partnership program.
$1 of your payment goes to area schools like mine for computers, tablets, smart technology.
It doesn't cost me anything extra to provide a better,
brighter,
more connected classroom.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Perham Public Schools, School of Champions. Perham Public Schools, School of Champions.
Welcome back here to the Hive. I'm Jason Grohl to Lance Rock as Lance gets ready to take us away as the Yellow Jackets and the Fosston Bagley Brawlers get ready to battle here on the mat.
And Jason's already laughing at me as I'm pushing my chair back. As it's hard to sit still for me when I'm calling a wrestling match, and never been a wrestler myself, but it seems like my hands and feet get moving as the wrestlers do. So he's already giggling at me over here. But
well, Lance, you know, a peacock that sits on its tail is just another turkey.
Hey.
Tail feathers. I should throw that out.
Okay, maybe you want to try that one again, but you already, I've been on that side of the once in a while, but hey, I won't be sitting down for much of this one. So we're ready to roll here. Both teams are kind of getting their last-minute instructions from their coaches. You can't see them as they're off the mat a little bit, but we'll start out at 106, and there's a few movements, ability to move here for both teams. So we're going to go. I'm pretty sure that the Yellow Jackets are going to go with Dresden Wegscheid. He's an 8th grader, 3-13 on the year, and Dresden's just been doing a bang-up job. And Ian Freierkamp is wrestling for, he's an 8th grader, so 2 8th graders going at it, and Dresden has really worked hard and it really had a nice tournament, starting to pick up his offense a little bit. Like I said, you see kids all of a sudden, they're not the rookies anymore. They've got 16 matches under their belt, and all of a sudden they're a veteran coming out here. So you're going to see Dresden likes a lot of that single leg shot. We'll try to get into a little Russian tie into that single. And so like most of the matches start out, Jason, a little bit of that dancing around a little bit, trying to feel out that opponent just a little bit. Little collar tie there by Dresden. I look for that shot. Oh, there he gets in on, tries to go opposite leg to a shot, which is a good move for Dresden. So, again, I like to see those first takedowns as we get going. Not a whole lot of action here. Here's a shot met by Dresden. Dresden's doing a good job. Twice now kind of got that front headlock in. Dresden doing a nice solid job of defending this off right now as the shot by the Brawler wrestler. Here's a good chance for him to score as he spins around with 30 seconds to go, and would be a huge takedown, and there it is. And really fortunate, if you can see him in your screen, we've got Mr. Bagley here officiating tonight, one of the elite in the state of Minnesota. So fun to have someone like him here too. And if you've walked the track, you've probably seen on the once a Yellow Jacket, always a Yellow Jacket in the state tournament picture of the wrestlers. It's Mr. Bagley slapping the mat for a huge win for the Yellow Jackets down at the state tournament. So he's kind of got his roots up here to the right of me up here in the new Hive. So a nice start by Dresden, 2-0 lead. The Fosston Bagley wrestler will choose down. Dresden doing a nice job. Looks like he's hooking in, or tried to have a hook in an Iowa there with his legs. Doing some nice pressure now. Maybe wants to stand shoulder to shoulder there, trying to get a little bit of a tilt in there, trying to tuck him underneath, maybe pick up some cheap back points there as he's going. Oh, nice switch over there by Dresden, still working really hard here to try to get in. Those of you who have wrestled, I have not. My boys will tell me this is the hardest when the guy is kind of laying flat. It's hard to move that object that just doesn't want to move. Kind of like a peacock, maybe. I don't know. Restart here with a minute 16 remaining in the first, and Dresden, oh, nice job of Dresden. Dresden starting, but here's a reversal. Back point's going to happen, and this is going to be a tough spot for Dresden to stay out of. There's so much pressure right now on that top shoulder, and we can see it, and you probably have a good camera angle of it right now, but Dresden fighting really strong, gets to one side, but it just seems to get tighter and tighter here every time you wiggle. So it's if Dresden can fight out of this, and he may. Now both arms kind of in there. The Fosston Bagley wrestler, Ian doing a great job here, trying to lift up, get his head up. 28 seconds, it's a long time. Dresden doing a great job of fighting. If you hear some whistles, it's the JV match is going off to the other side, which I thought for a second there what happened that they were stopping, but Dresden doing a great job. And he gets himself out of there, and he may end up with two himself here if he get he's pretty tight in there. So 5-0 lead for Fargama, and he's doing a great job. They choose both up to start this one, 5-2. Dresden with the first takedown, but Fargama in on that, and a quick 2 points. So now is the point where Dresden has to get an escape, reversal, stay off his back, keep this to a regular decision, and keep it a 3-0 decision, or make one of those great moves that ends up in a quick win for the Yellow Jackets.
Well, Frankenham really kind of taking advantage midway through that second and kind of been in control since, but now Dresden trying to do some work here. Shot, excuse me. Yeah, nice job by Dresden to try to, just keep battling. Sometimes that's the hardest thing, I think, Jason, is you start to feel like you're defeated a little bit, and he has not stopped. He could have easily put the shoulders to the mat there as we get a stalemate. So good job by Wegscheid. They're pretty evenly matched here. It's been a fun match to kick off this triangular tonight. There always seem to be a little more fireworks here in the early going when you get the lighter weights on the court, on the mat as well.
Yeah, and here's a nice, he dropped down. Now he's got that arm cinched in for some more back points. And I agree, Jason, because they just seem to kind of be more aggressive. And I don't know that it's more aggressive, but it's just the way it comes about. But here he's got him locked tight again, circling the head. Kind of got his legs all tangled up, and this is not a great spot for Dresden with 30 seconds to go here. He's trying to stretch him out a little bit and get those shoulders down. Nice job. Dresden just keeps fighting. It's an awesome job by him. But we've got more back points waiting to be awarded, but they're in the same hold right now. So it will be 10-2 for sure, and there's the 3 awarded. So that gets the major decision for for the Brawlers unless Dresden can get out here in the last 3 seconds. And a nice return to the mat there makes it 10-2. And a nice start for Fosston Bagley as they come with a 10-2 major decision to go up 4-0 on the United Community Bank scoreboard.
Nice start there, like you said, for...
Now we head off to 113. I believe for Fosston Bagley, I got to get better at tuning in here, as Caden Harwood, a 9th grader. And for the Yellow Jackets, Carson Zeise, who's made his way into the varsity lineup here for a while and wrestled really strong, had some buzzsaws at the tournament down at Eden Prairie, but here he is with the takedown on a nice shot. And Carson 1-5 in the year, and I was really excited to get his first win. I know I was with his family up there watching, and they were excited for him too. So nice job on the early takedown here for Zeise. Kind of got a nice deep waist ride in here, putting some heavy pressure on. You get that shoulder into the small of the back or in between the shoulder blades. It's tough for that wrestler to get up off the mat. And look for him to do some work with the arms right here coming up here. Maybe roll that wrist under, try to get to an arm bar or something like that. Nice job of keeping pressure by Zeise and keeping shoulder to shoulder. He does a nice job flattening him out. Now he rolls him over in that butcher move and had one count on the back, so one's not going to get you anything. If he could have got that second swipe, he would have got 2 points and the near fall points, but no go, says Mr. Bakke, so they're back at it again. Nice job of the cross face and now putting the boots in there. Good job by Carson Zeise, and those are the little gains that I think Coach Vetch is looking for, and their staff's doing such a great job, Jason, is not giving up that escape point and making it 2-1 and now keeping it closer than it is. Now it's 2-0. Carson's they choose both up. I got to do a better job too of watching who's making the decision.
That one was Perham's choice.
Perham's choice. And that's probably a good move, as a great shot by Zeise to start with. Now he defends the shot. The Yellow Jacket coaching staff waiting for him to score off that, but comes back with that same shot he took in the first period. So 4-0 lead for Zeise with 1:25 remaining in the second. This time he kind of goes opposite. He's got the back pinned in the back. Now he's got the arm bar in, so here he's got to get elbow tip up, big step over the head. He should be close to some near fall points, and there they are. Good job if he can get his head up there. Good job pulling on that. He's got his 3 points locked up. Now just trying to reposition a little bit, sit back on there. He's not really good, but if he can get up onto that second shoulder blade there, that's a lot of pressure to be putting on. Ooh, nice job by Harwood. I'm not even sure how he got out of there. So 7, and no reversal, no escape, no takedown. So 7-0 in favor of Zeise, and he goes right back to work on those arms and doing a nice job. And here he goes. He's got him right back into that position, cinches it up tight. Now arm under the head. If he can get a little lift under there. Awesome work right here. He's got all his pressures up as he's kind of running, driving those toes into the mat, putting a lot of pressure on those shoulders. But Harwood's doing an outstanding job of staying off his back right now. And he survives, but not before giving up 3 more near fall points. So 10-0. 10-0 is the score in favor of Zeise, and just doing an awesome job. Both up to start the third, so both must feel the most comfortable being up. And I'm sure if you're Harwood, you think you need a takedown to try to get some points on the board here. Zeise back in on the single, but this time Harwood sprawls him out and doesn't really try to score off of it, just kind of gets a restart. Zeise right back in, and then I guess one word for him tonight might be relentless. He's just been relentless on that single shot. Harwood trying to surfboard kind of around. Zeise goes into the double but gets thrown. Nothing happening yet. Getting thrown down. 2 points now for Harwood on the takedown. Trying to pull him back over, and his arm's in kind of a bad way. So, oh boy, 1-2, and this is pretty tight here, and this could be, big turnaround. Man, that was close, but 2 more points, and that kind of alleviates the major decision, but it could have been devastating there for Zeise, as he was kind of those shoulders look pretty flat, but nice job continuing, and now he gets another reversal, which gives a 12-4 score. And if he can hold on here, would tie the score up at 4-4. Carson doing a nice job, just keeping pressure on. 15 seconds. The Brawler fans are getting behind Harwood, trying to get him to get this 1 point to save that team point. And Jason, you've brought it up a lot of times about how important those points are, and one single point might make the difference at the end. Very nice win for Carson Zeise, and I know that's going to make him happy, and it also gives him a little bit of chance to look on the film going, boy, that could have left in the blink of an eye. So nice job by Zeise to even the score.
It'll be Chandler Mickelson against Colton Larson here at 120, which could be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, Larson's an 8th grader, Mickelson a 10th grader, been wrestling really well, and he cradles him up right away off the bat. Mickelson is 19-11 on the season, still rated in the state at 113. He spent most of the time at 120. So I think maybe by now that's where Chandler's going to stay, and probably will be rated in 120 at the next time. He's got this in pretty tight, and just there's the fall. So it didn't take, Mickelson came out and gives a nice win for the Yellow Jackets and puts the Yellow Jackets up 10-4 on the United Community Bank scoreboard and sends us into 126 pounds.
And this is always Aiden Wolf for Fosston Bagley and Tegan Detloff for the Yellow Jackets.
And this is Wolf. This was 30-3 last year, was in the state tournament, so a hefty task for young Tegan Detloff. But Tegan is a really accomplished wrestler for a 7th grade, and probably spent about as much time on the mat as anybody in the room, as he did a lot of traveling and wrestled for a lot of different USA teams. So don't count him out, but experience, if the experience counts, you got to give that check mark to Aiden Wolf here. No score with 30 seconds to go. Tegan doing a nice job of circling. Just trying to keep some distance and keep away from that shot of Wolf. Wolf trying to tie up arms. Nice shot there by Tegan. Wolf saw it coming though and kind of just stepped down on it, and Tegan wrestling the edge of the mat, and they get into kind of that over-under throw position, and they both go out of bounds. Tegan wrestling pretty smart right here, kind of using that edge of the mat as another defender for him, but a quick stall there by Bagley, which usually happens when you get to the edge, but Tegan in on a quick shot to the single leg, which should buy him a little time here with official Bagley as he became the aggressor there, but Tegan kind of playing it smart, trying to wrestle close to the edge of the mat in case something happens that he can get out of there. Kind of waiting for Mr. Wolf to maybe open up a little bit here. He's kind of a lot of arm drags. There he takes a kind of a half shot. Tegan meets it, tries the little throw there, met by Wolf. So both wrestlers just kind of happy with the 0-0, it looks like here, as Tegan takes another good shot. And if I had to say, other than the one stall call, Tegan's kind of been the aggressor here early on in this, and that doesn't surprise me as he's been pretty aggressive throughout his whole career that I've watched him.
Be interested to see how Wolf counters that aggressiveness from Detloff.
And it's hard to think that a 10th grader is a veteran, but I would say Wolf is probably a veteran for them. Escape there by him gives 1-0. Tegan shoots right back in there. And I thought maybe Wolf would be more ready and try to catch him on one of those shots to the single leg, but I think Tegan's just getting so low right now. But there's kind of that adjustment. And a mat return right there. And there's the first takedown. So 3-0 lead by Wolf, but take nothing away from young Mr. Detloff here as he's giving him a battle.
And Wolf, if you're Fosston Bagley, this is the one where you're kind of hoping, and you look at on paper an opportunity to pick up some big points, but Detloff doing an outstanding job here.
He is really doing a great job, and fun to watch him wrestle. Now Wolf kind of mat returns him there, gets an arm in, but Tegan does just a nice job of getting in a real hard sit out there. But you can just kind of see some of maybe the little bit maturity power out of Wolf, kind of pulls him back in where maybe Tegan would have gotten out in the past. So it's still sitting at 3-0, so not out of reach. Now we got stalling on red, so stalling on Wolf, not really going side to side. And that's the one thing I like about our official tonight, Mr. Bakke. It's pretty consistent all the time, Jason, and he wants kids to wrestle. And I appreciate that. Good or bad, it's really nice to see kids decided on the mat other than just kind of stalling one or the other out.
I agree completely with you.
And it might be, like you had said, going back to the basketball and the shot clock coming in, very similar to that. I'm kind of excited to see the shot clock come, so a lot of things can happen. The game kind of speeds up, and somebody can't just sit on the ball, and I like to see the kids decide the game. So Detloff with a nice stand-up there, tried to turn into him, but Wolf had nothing to do with that. Detloff takes down, 3-0 yet Wolf. So excellent job. Again, Aiden Wolf, last year with a 30-3 record. Was in the section finals, made it to the state tournament, and is now rated 9th in 1A. So escape for Detloff puts it at 3-1, and now you're one takedown away from tying this thing up. And I haven't really seen, and there he shoots right in. Again, I think Tegan's in better standing in this one as he's kind of got the leg. We'll see if Wolf gives it up. So 3-3. Nice job here by Detloff. Really nice job. Now he's working. And what a confidence boost for Tegan Detloff as the coaches say, hey, cut him and go get him again. So I think that confidence is so building right here. And it's so fun to watch these younger guys not be younger guys and not wrestle like younger guys anymore. Tegan throwing a lot of different shots in. This looks like it could be 2, if not out of bounds. Nope, nothing. They said they were straddling the line, and so nothing, but kind of the shot off of Tegan's shot is what gave Wolf an opportunity for the score there. So Wolf up 4-3. 40 seconds remain, and this has been a really good match. Teagan with another kind of half shot there. Again, I like his style of going for the leg and then going back upper body, and then he seems to go back down for the leg, and he's kind of thrown Wolf off guard a little bit. Wolf now is just trying to see everyone being up by 1 and just kind of hanging on here. And I think if you're probably the Fosston Bagley, you're hoping that he tries to score instead of just hold on.
Well, Fosston Bagley thought they had the 2 there.
They were asking for it, and there's another one where we talked about in previous that a win sometimes always isn't a win, and I think that's a win for the Yellow Jackets. And another thing it's going to do is continue to elevate Teagan Detloff into one of those solid wrestlers that we knew he was going to be. So fun to watch. At 1:32, the Prowlers bring out Jacob Rudy, an 8th grader, against Nick Peters for the Yellow Jackets, a 9th grader. Nick Peters 5-7 on the season. And I think there might be a little bit of discrepancy on some of their records, but we're going to go with kind of what we have, and hopefully we can get that sewn up too. But some great action to start this one. And Nick Peters is kind of a high-flying machine from what I've seen of him, that you're going to see him go down, up, upper body. Sometimes it's unconventional, but it seems to work well for him. So some really good action here, and no takedown yet because of Peter's leg being hooked there, and actually is kind of Rudy kind of gets himself into a better position and then pushes him out of bounds. So initial thought was there was going to be a takedown for Peters, but Rudy did a bang-up job of defending that off.
I'd say a nice job by Rudy to prevent that from happening, and then able to get the reset.
I see a lot of similarities in these two wrestlers. They're both kind of trying to do the same thing, so it's going to be interesting to see who gets the better of who as they're both trying for the same type of moves.
Neither of these two guys are worried about who's going to make that first mistake, both being aggressive and going right on the attack.
It's fun to watch as a spectator. As a coach, I'm sure it's a little nerve-wracking, but there's 2 for Rudy with 25 seconds remaining in the period. So circling with, no change, says official Bagley.
You can imagine the gym in Fosston Bagley chanting Rudy every time he wrestles.
That would be, yeah. Especially if it went down to the wire. If not, maybe they're listening and they will start that. Rudy doing a nice job, got a deep waist ride in there, just putting some heavy pressure on the lower back of Peters with 1 point, the clock expired there, and happy to go 2-0 with a 2-0 lead. Rudy defers. Thought he deferred. Looked like he said he deferred, so maybe Peters took up, or we'll see in the next period. Caution on Peters. Placement of where he was, according to Bagley. Nice job by Rudy to get out of that, and then Peters chased him down and throws him right into a cradle, and a fairly tight cradle. And the count and the pin. So, wow. Nick Peters just turned that whole match around on a quick where we thought the escape was going to happen, and it didn't, and he chased him down and hooked him up in a cradle, and just like that, it's over, and the Yellow Jackets lead 16-7 on your United Community Bank scoreboard. Zach Thompson comes out for the Brawlers. He is a freshman at 138 pounds, and he's going to wrestle Carson Byer. Byer came off probably one of the best weekends I've seen him wrestle at Eden Prairie with a 4-0 record. He improved his record to 9-12. Here he gets poked in the eye right off the bat, so he is kind of getting a restart here, but a really nice, aggressive weekend of wrestling for Carson Byer, and I know he walked off the mat pretty dang proud of himself, and he should have been with that competition down there. So let's see if it translates. Sometimes you come off of those where it was a long weekend, and it's tough to kind of reboot the system here, but nice job by Byer right in on that single. Gets it tight. Let's see if he can good action, though, by Zach Thompson as he kind of just tries to kick himself out, but Byer prevails and gets that 2-point out of Byer. And a little roll there by Byer, puts him to his back, gets a 2 count, gets 2 more. So again, this is the action we saw out of Byer at the Eden Prairie tournament at Eden Prairie Waconia Duels, and he's continuing it here. Escape Thompson, but Byer right back on the attack. So fun to watch him, just that confidence in himself, too, of what he needs to do. There's a takedown, an aggressive takedown by Zach Thompson. Cuts the score to 4-3, and one thing I've seen about Thompson just wrestling in this little bit of time, really a quick wrestler and super aggressive. So sometimes that's great. Let's see if Byer can use that to his advantage and maybe catch him in something. Byer trying to make his way to his base. Kind of a sit out. Followed. Now drops down. Thompson drops down on an ankle. Byer's kind of in a bad spot here. Trying to push down on the head, get his feet out. Now he kicks out, followed by Thompson. So nice job by Thompson. And then also an equally good job by Byer with 1.4 seconds left. That's a huge one for Thompson if he can break down Byer off this. One that Byer did not get out, but one of the things that I know he sees out of that is that sit out. If he hits it hard, he's going to get a quick switch on there, and it'll be a reversal. And no time like the present as Byer is down. Thompson did a nice job that time kind of waiting for Byer to go into that. Byer up and out, and we're now tied in the second period. 4-4.
Actually, want to be 5-3 in favor of Perham with that.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Thank you, Jason. Byer's just doing a nice job. This is where it's going to be a good battle, I think, of the quickness of Thompson from what I've seen so far. Can Byer control that? Byer likes that kind of that Russian arm bar, kind of a drag type series. And there's the shot by Thompson, met by Byer. And Byer reshoots into his own, picks up Thompson over his head. And this is always kind of a precarious position if the wrestler can hold on to the ankle or not. If Byer can get him up over his head again and swim on out of there, kind of make a big turn, I think he could get that takedown, but to no avail. They're off the mat. 49 seconds left in the second period. Byer up 5-3.
Just feel there's some fireworks coming from Thompson here as this match continues to roll on.
Yeah, and just as you say that, he shoots in for that single, Jason, but just Byer doing a great job of leg defense right now, just kind of stalling him out of that spot. Nice job of chain wrestling by both wrestlers. They're up, down, trying many different things, and it's been a really fun match to watch. Ten seconds remaining here. Thompson tried to sucker Byer into that, and let's see if he can get up and around, and he does get the 2. Byer has to bail then with 3 seconds left to not get to his back. Right up, and could not get out. So that's twice right there in the last couple seconds that Byer failed to get the escape. So let's see what happens there as 5-5, 6-5 into the third. Byer lets him up. I don't think these two are done yet, Jason.
Oh, definitely not the way they've been going.
And those of you who have watched Carson for many years and those of you who haven't, well, I'll tell you the same thing. No match is done until the final seconds, whether it ends up on the side of Carson or on the wrong side for Carson. But it seems like almost every one of his matches goes right down to the wire.
Yeah, he's definitely had some unique matches that we've been able to broadcast throughout the years.
Yeah, that is correct. So shot there by Carson, reshot by Thompson, which might buy him a little time. I thought he was kind of hugging the edge of the mat quite a bit. And just as I say that, there's a stall call on Thompson, and he got the lead, and he just kind of quit doing the things that made him good, like right here, up, down. He's got to use his quickness.
And he just kind of got word from his coach, too. You need to be aggressive and keep going at him. And sure enough, as you said, he does that right away.
And sometimes as a young wrestler, that's what you've got to be reminded of. That's what your coaches are there for, to go, hey, you wrestle your match here.
Approaching a half a minute left. It'll be interesting to see how Byer attacks this one.
Byer in on his single leg again. Not really a sprawl out. I think he can dump him over the shoulder, but Thompson's just like super athletic, and just as I say that, he kind of belly spins right on the back of Carson and gets that takedown to now take an 8-5 lead with 10 seconds to go. So again, it's one of those that a great match wrestled by Carson Byer. You don't see the fruits of your labor, but you know it's there and you know it's going to come. So an 8-5 lead or win there for Zach Thompson gives 3 more to Fosston Bagley. Fosston Bagley, the United Community Bank scoreboard now says 16-10. And this is one that we had highlighted earlier. 145, Keegan Singer, senior against Caden Felt, a junior for the Yellow Jackets. Caden is 6-17 on the season. Again, Caden's one of those throw type guys. Singer in on a single, but Caden defends it really well. So you can look for maybe some fireworks from Caden coming out of here, as he kind of likes to get on those early throws. But Singer with 2 now shots in, goes from single to the double. Felt with a headlock type throw there, but kind of bailed out of it once he thought that Singer had control, and now Singer up 2-0. Got the arm trapped underneath, kind of pushing the head in the side, trying to get that arm out of there, and pulling that arm across now into a tilt position. Nicely set up by Keegan Singer. And he's got Felt on his back. He's got some back points wrapped up here, some near falls of 3, but he's going for more than that as he gets real physical here with that upper body. Again, it's 2-0 on the scoreboard. He's got 3 officials holding 3, but Singer going for the fall here with a long time, and there's the fall. So Singer with a nice move evens up the score on the United Community Bank scoreboard at 16-16 with a quick fall in the first period. And I knew that kid was tough coming out there, but he had some nice chain wrestling there.
Now if you're Perham, you're trying to kind of find a way to stop a little bit of a run here from Fosston Bagley and kind of get the momentum back on their side.
Yeah, and one of the things you always talk about is bonus points, Jason, and there's a quick 6, and it tells you how fast a lead can shrink down as we head into 152. Tegan Larson, another senior for the first senior for the Brawlers, and really kind of one of the first upperclassmen here for the Brawlers. So they got a nice future coming up with the young kids wrestling. Logan Gook for the Yellow Jackets. Logan, an 8th grader, 2-6 on the season. Logan now back, was not with at the tournament this weekend, so I didn't get to see him wrestle there. But Logan's had some nice moves. But here the senior, Larson, with the early takedown and a 2-0 lead, and it looks like when they get to that takedown, they really want to get into that arm series or some sort of arm bar or in that type of area. So something that the Yellow Jackets will have to look out for as they get themselves rolling here. Nice mat control there by Tegan Larson of the Brawlers, and a nice roll there. Was going to be a reversal, then not. Now back points and none. So we had a lot of almost there. It was almost a reversal by Gook, then almost back points by Larson, and then nothing. So, but Larson's in good control here. Again, they're really good at working and flattening those shoulders. He's going to have a 5 count for sure. So again, it shows 2-0 on the scoreboard. It will be 5, but again, I think just like Mr. Singer, Larson's trying to follow suit, and there it is as he gets the shoulders to the mat and the slap of the mat, and another first period pin by Tegan Larson now puts the Brawlers up 22-16. So a quick flip of the switch, and all of a sudden the Yellow Jackets are seeing themselves on the wrong end of the scoreboard. Blake Lawrence gets a forfeit at 160. Blake, we just talked about getting his 80th win, now has 81. So at 170, the Brawlers set out Caden Sanford, a junior, one of their more established wrestlers, and Braylon Rock for the Yellow Jackets. Rock with an early takedown and lets him up, back in on the takedown, and another takedown by Rock is a 4-1 lead right off the bat.
Nice aggressive start for Braylon, taking it right at his opponent here, Sanford. And kind of a pivotal match with the dual tied at 22.
Right, that forfeit kind of puts, they talk about those bonus points all the time. And Rock couldn't get anything going on top, so goes right back, lets it escape, gets the takedown, and now leads 6-2. And saw some really good signs from Braylon this last week. Went to New London Spicer and won 2 there, and went 4-1 at the duels at Edina, so a 6-1 week for Braylon, kind of turning the season around a little bit. 11-9 on the season now, and I think kind of getting his feet back under him again. Year off the wrestling mat. He's got his cradle hooked up and getting some back points here with 50 seconds. Not really in a pinning spot here, but definitely has the 3, so he kind of readjusts. He hasn't let go of that move. He does let go, so 9-2 early lead in the first period for Rock. Sanford comes up to his base. Braylon lets him go. 9-3, and backing off the mat there, Sanford, to get a restart. So one of the things I know that Vetch is probably telling Braylon, if you're going to let him go with 20 seconds, you better get another takedown, just as a good rule of what you should be doing. So Braylon shoots in quick and does just what he's told. So 11-3.
Wasted a little time in doing that, did Braylon, getting that and controlling 11-3, and we'll have some momentum going into that second period.
Right, kind of wraps up those bonus points like you were talking. For now, it's good to get you in the first to get that many points. It kind of wrestling a little Brian Ramos-ish, and we've got Brian coming up here, and this is kind of Brian's game of up, down, take down, and I know that Braylon and Brian have been partners now for the last week or so in the wrestling room, so good combination, probably helping out Braylon, that senior leadership of being able to wrestle with Blake Lawrence, and Brian Ramos is not hurting the sophomore at all.
Well, and if you look at the Yellow Jacket roster, this is where that run is going to, you really anticipate the run to come for the Yellow Jackets as a team.
And that's what happened at Eden Prairie is starting with Blake, it's kind of where we started to make that run. We'd be down quite a bit, and then we'd make our run back, and here Braylon with another takedown. He's got him pretty tight. We'll see how long it takes, and there's the fall. So nice opening round there for Braylon Rock with the fall in the second period. And nice job giving the Yellow Jackets a little breathing room there at 28-22. And again.
And now the Yellow Jackets pick up a forfeit win for Brian Ramos.
So 126 now for Brian. We talked about him getting his 125th. And this is kind of where, whether they wrestled somebody or not, I think this is the area that the Yellow Jackets really think that they can make some hay. And not to sound like my old farmer self, but it's usually good to make hay when the sun's shining. So here we go. Hudson Hackle now out at 195 for the Yellow Jackets, 11-8. He with an early takedown against Jonathan Rose, an 8th grader. Nice looking 8th grader for the Brawlers, and you got to be excited when you get a 195 pounder that's ready to do some varsity wrestling as an 8th grader. But one thing we know about Hudson, you're talking about one strong hombre here, and it's going to be a uphill battle for Mr. Rose, but he's ready to go.
Different kind of strength that you see from an 8th grader here against sophomore.
Yeah, and I think you can say that same thing from a sophomore to a senior. You just kind of, I don't really want to call it man muscle, but you hear that term thrown a lot where you just start to mature and get yourself stronger. So here Hudson with a nice little move, and I think this could be over fairly fast.
Bagley looking in.
Yeah, pin there. Pin for Hudson Hackle, and nice job. And one of the things that I was going to say when you were saying that is one thing I like about Baki is he's at the level of the wrestler. He's not kind of looking, there's going to be no mistake. He's getting right down there and going to get the best angle that he can get. So Rory Lindquist, a junior, 5-6 on the season, out at 220 for the Yellow Jackets, versus Jesse Beckman, also a junior for the Brawlers. And again, Jason, you've said it so good in the past, and then I'll reiterate your statement that you look at what bonus points do, and all of a sudden a 22-22 is 40-22, and the Yellow Jackets are going, hey, what were we worried about there for a while?
Well, you go from 22-22, and then you get 2 falls and a pair of forfeits, and just like that, you're in control.
24 points all of a sudden makes every coaching staff breathe a little bit easier. And I'm a student of the game, but I don't know as much as they do, and they probably knew this was coming.
I should say my math was off. It was 22-16 when the Yellow Jackets went on that run.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, this sport, you could talk to many of the coaches. They'll let you know pretty much how the result is going to be of all 3 matches. And I was talking with someone today, they're going to be within about 2 or 3 points on that.
Yeah, and there's always a variable. There's always a kid. The great equalizer in this sport is a headlock, and it can be thrown by anyone at any time. And when that happens, there's nothing you can do about it. But for the most part, it's amazing that these guys, and I know one of the coaches I haven't talked about is new to the room, but not new to Perham Wrestling, is Aaron Lawrence, Blake's older brother. And that guy is a stats machine. He can tell you every wrestler from the state of Minnesota, what his record is, where he wrestled last. And I think that brings another really valuable piece to this coaching staff, as someone who's so well knows exactly what's happening on and off the mat. So nice group of coaches that Coach Vetch has put together, and under his leadership has really grown strong as a coaching staff. And they really take on Coach Dave Vetch's style. He's a go-getter. He's an offensive-minded guy. That's the way he wrestled when he was in school. And I see our team kind of taking that attitude of we're going to be the ones on the offense. 0-0 at the end of one. Lindquist's decision, he defers, and Beckman says, we'll go down. Beckman kind of sits out. You're kind of dangerous because he kind of got back too far sitting, and then Rory, as soon as that arm got back, is in that arm bar position. Let's see what if he can get it up onto his back. Is what he's trying to do now, is kind of dig it out there. He lets that go, switches over to a power. Now grabs and rolls the wrist underneath. So nice kind of chain action there happening by Lindquist there. He got it back up on the shoulder, and this is always, you see Bakke get closer. He does such a nice job of making sure that the shoulder's in good spot for the wrestler who's on bottom. In this case, Beckman for the Brawlers. And in case they're wondering, Jason, we're going to do all three matches today, aren't we?
Yes, you'll get a full dose of Lance and I all for the next couple of hours, as we'll have the next match between Fosston and Bagley, all on this, and DGF, all on this one stream. We will not restart streams. We'll keep it going, take some commercial breaks if needed, as there's a nice victory there for the Yellow Jackets.
Wow, nice roll under attempt, and not an attempt, a successful attempt by Rory Lindquist as he gets the fall. And just kind of curls the head underneath and does just a great job. So we head into heavyweight. It seemed like it was a lot closer than it was. Now it's a good spread. We have Warren Nelson for the Brawlers, a senior. And Reese Wilprick, also a senior for the Yellow Jackets. Reese, 7-6 on the season. Had a little bit of time off there, kind of dealing with a bug like everybody else seems to be doing these days. It's good to have him back on the mat. And the one nice thing about the Yellow Jackets is usually you have a lot of little guys. The Yellow Jackets are pretty stout up top, and you have a wrestler like Jackson Vetch who also could wrestle 220 or heavyweight, and Rory can go back and forth, and Hudson can even go up if needed be. So it's kind of nice to go. A lot of times you've got a lot of little guys and not many big guys. The Yellow Jackets don't have that problem right now, and it's a nice one as Reese kind of is in on that single. Let's see who comes out on top. Nelson's doing a good job now sprawling, and this usually ends up on Nelson's favor. And it was close to a takedown, and there it is. Again, Reese was good. It was fast enough to get his hand off the mat as Nelson went around behind him. And nice job there. There was an attempted roll there by Wilprick, which gets a clasp. So we'll see if Wilprick can get out. If not, Bakke will break the hold. Wilprick will get a point, 2-1. And now the nice part about that is it's a true penalty point, as Wilprick gets to go down again and the escape ties it up. So it's kind of like getting 2 for 1 if Wilprick can get this escape. But nice job of front pressure there by Nelson, and good job just keeping that pressure on Wilprick. Nice job by both wrestlers there as Reese tried to get out, and Nelson's is showing that he's pretty good on top. He's got 14.5 seconds here to ride out Wilprick and hold on to that 2-1 lead and maybe not make that clasping point mean quite so much. And it looks like he's going to be successful on his ride out here. And we'll go into the second with Nelson leading 2-1 over Wilprick. And the score shows 46-22 on the United Community Bank scoreboard in favor of the Yellow Jackets. So again, it's one of those nice situations for heavyweight. Jason, we've talked about it so much that in Minnesota wrestling, it comes down to these guys a lot for a win or a loss. Here, it's not going to really matter, all but pride. And there we've got a hard return to the mat. And I think we'll take a little commercial break, Jason, as we tend to Reese Wilprick.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results. Yield expected, yield delivered. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans have yield.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuppy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, it's one of those situations, I can't say it enough times, how fortunate we are in this day and age to have a trainer on site. We're not having coaches make decisions, doing those things. It kind of takes it out of their hands. And one of the things that is really important here is athlete safety. And I hate to brag because he would be embarrassed if I did so, but I think we have one of the best in Colton Lehman. And he's just good for our whole community at Perham, and does such a nice job. And I know from my own son going through a ACL in the last year how important having that trainer there was for him. And right now we're seeing the benefits of having a trainer on site, on staff, making just the right decision for the athlete himself. And you get about 5 minutes to make the call, and it looks like they're going to a medical forfeit here. Wilprick probably safer than sorry at this point. Give him a little bit of a time to kind of gather himself, find out where he's at, and that gives 6 points. So a medical forfeit is just like a regular forfeit. It gives 6 points to the other team, which on the United Community Bank scoreboard makes the score 46-28 in favor of the Yellow Jackets.
That's right. The Yellow Jackets with a nice victory tonight. Overall, now they get ready to regroup here in a little bit to take on DGF. But you worry, like you said, you talked about it well. Colton Lehman doing a nice job there to check on Reese. Always working on the side of caution, and that's the main thing, and that's what you want to see. And they did a good job of erring on the side of caution. I thought they were checking that out.
Right, and I'll do a quick run-through of what happened here tonight. 46-28 win for the Perham Yellow Jackets. At 106, Ian Frankenham, I think I got that right, or I tried at least, a 10-2 winner over Dresden Wegscheid to open up the scoring for the Brawlers. At 113, a nice win by Carson Zeise, 12-4 major over Caden Harwood, tied the score at 4-4. At 120, Chandler Mickelson by fall over Colton Larson. At 126, probably the match of the night, in my eyes, was a 4-3 win by Aiden Wolf. And you're probably going to go, well, why would that be the match of the night? Young Tegan Detloff wrestled a whale of a match to a state-ranked wrestler and showed what he's made of, and lost by a point and kind of was the aggressor through that whole match. At 132, Nick Peters over Jacob Rudy by fall. And at 138, this is kind of a little bit of run here by the Brawlers as Zach Thompson wins 8-5 over Carson Byer. Keegan Singer fall over Caden Felt at 145. Tegan Larson a fall over Logan Gook at 152, and then that's kind of where it stopped. And again, most of the time he has to be on the mat to stop it, but I think one of the things that you could say about Blake Lawrence this year is he's been a stopper, and he gets the stopper by a forfeit this time. Followed up by a really nice match by Braylon Rock. Another fall in the second period. Brian Ramos receives a forfeit. Hudson Hackle gets a fall over Jonathan Rose at 195. Rory Lindquist gets a fall over Jesse Beckham, and then the match you just saw ending as a stoppage by medical forfeit, Warren Nelson over Reese Wilprick. And a really good match to start the way for the Yellow Jackets. I don't think you can be too disappointed if you're Fosston Bagley. I think you won the ones that you thought you were going to win, and you were probably maybe even picked up a couple that you weren't sure that you would have. But a great job by both squads as they're kind of both settling in now to come back. And if Jason's ready, we'll go to a commercial break, and we'll come back with Fosston Bagley Brawlers versus the DGF Rebels.
Perham Public Schools, School of Champions. Perham Public Schools, School of Champions.
Do you have a teen ready for driving lessons? Don't know what they need to do or when things need to be done? If busyness keeps you from driving with them, then Gotta Go Driving School is the place to call. Jeff Weber at Gotta Go Driving School has been teaching driving lessons to all age groups since 1991. Call Jeff at Gotta Go Driving, 238-0236. Jeff will tell you to start planning ahead now. Don't wait. Got a new driver? Then it's Gotta Go Driving School. Talk to Jeff or go online at gottagodrivingschool.com.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. With expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock. With people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell.
And Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware.
Right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Welcome back here at the Hive. We're moments away again from duel number 2 of the night between Fosston Bagley now getting ready to take on the DGF Rebels, and Lance, should be another unique duel here tonight between these two squads.
Yeah, it's always fun to see. I think they've got some rivalry things going between DGF and Fosston. I know they see each other at a lot of events, and I haven't seen DGF wrestle quite as much this year as I have in the past. But I think it's going to be a good match, and it's always interesting to me when you get a triangular. Is there an advantage to being somebody who's wrestled already? Are you kind of loosened up? You're at game speed. You're going where DGF got here, weighed in, had some time off, and will go. So just kind of wondering where we're at with that. It always kind of makes it pretty interesting. as we're getting ready for the coin flip and finding out who's going first and who's going last. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors again tonight, Jason. It's just awesome to be able to bring this into your living rooms, and we just enjoy it as well. And it's kind of a unique atmosphere right now because you got wrestling going on in the middle, you got wrestling going off to our left in the JV, and we got pictures for Parents' Night going off to the right. So a lot of things happening right now at the Hive as things are going on as we speak. We'll stay focused on this middle mat, which will bring up Fosston Bagley Brawlers and the DGF Rebels. And again, there's some movement that can happen. I know DGF's really excited about their season and the kids they had coming back and kind of doing some talk about all of that sort of thing. They're really excited about where their program's going, and I know some of the names that are coming up in there. TJ Fuller, I think, has had a nice start to a career, only being an 8th grader. Camden Mustasha is 10-6 on the season. Really a nice. Roy Rude I saw him wrestle a couple times at the Rumble. Thomas Thoreen. It's just some names that we've seen. Jordan Sumners is probably the highlight of theirs, ranked 10 in the state right now. He's 19-4, coming up at 170. At 182, they've got a wrestler that's 12-3. At 220, and Casey Mazowski, and at 220, Bryce Fisher is 18-9. So a lot of good wrestlers, and should make for a good match.
It'll be Gabe Schmitz to start things off against Ian Frankenham, but should be a good duel, a good match to start, and they're already off and running.
And they're off and really running in. And Schmitz is a junior, so again, you talk about that upperclassman type experience, and he's using it and showing right away. But we've seen Frankenham get out of some spots, but here really physical, aggressive wrestling by Schmitz. And he's got that arm trapped, kind of probably going to try to roll him over as we go. And doing a really nice job of riding here. And Baki's keeping it good, and there he gets him. And there's the fall. So as quick as we can get ourselves set up here, fall by Schmitz puts DGF up 6-0 on the scoreboard. So 6-0, Gabe Schmitz with a fall. Okay, so we're heading to 113 now. Sam Schmitz, an 8th grader. Not sure about relation there, probably. 6-6 on the season is what I received. An 8th grader going against Caden Harwood. Harwood also is in the 9th grade. And so Harwood for the Brawlers, Schmitz for the Rebels.
Like you said, this Rebel squad really excited about this season, and they're really hoping to make a statement here tonight and getting off on the right foot with the 6-0, with the fall in the first one. Now they're trying to continue here.
Right, and I always forget at home. I probably should do a better job. The maroon singlets are Fosston Bagley, the white and black and gray singlets for the DGF Rebels, and a 2-point takedown by Schmitz puts them on the scoreboard 2-0.
Well, Lance, you've been in the DGF gym quite a bit lately. That, the black and gray.
I have been, and then the last time we were there, the Perham girls were in white and black and gray, and so there was a ton of white and black and gray. And here, Sam Schmitz is kind of got Harwood in a bad way here, just looking to put pressure in a long time with 1:04 to go to sit there, and there's the fall. So Schmitz fall parade going on here as back-to-back falls, this time by Sam Schmitz. To put the Rebels up 12-0, and you gotta like that start if you are the Rebels.
And the one good thing about the colors tonight, you don't have to worry about numbers.
Exactly.
As we have in the past at DGF.
TJ Fuller, 7-6, an 8th grader with a quick takedown over Colton Larson, and they're going right into that same series, and he's got him pretty flat already. Nice job by Larson kind of working his way out of there, but Fuller doing a really nice job and just sitting. sitting through that and probably putting a little bit of pain into those shoulders of Mr. Larson. And Mr. Larson doing a great job. Colton Larson staying off of his back and a little bit of a reposition. And unfortunately, as your arm comes up, Fuller grabs onto that arm and now is cranking into an arm bar. And a lot of twisting going on down there. And there's the fall. So
just going to say absolutely nothing of that looked comfortable.
Back to back fall, and definitely a statement made here by the Rebels as they jump to a quick 18-0 lead heading into 126 pounds. And if you're Fosston, you're looking at hoping this is your stopper at Aiden Wolf. But just as I say that, Jacob Lubke, 15-3, right in on a single. And we'll see if he can finish it off. But Wolf does a nice job. Great balance there. Kind of stayed hopping on one leg, but Lubke hasn't given it up. But kind of an interesting position. I'm waiting to see who's going to score. I'd have to say advantage Lubke right now. If he can somehow get his head up, get strong here, it should be advantage him, but Wolf is doing a nice job now. Wolf in the better position and ready to score and kind of getting his legs in the right place, but yet Lubke hasn't given up that single since the opening shot and ends up with the takedown. Now there's persistence. Lubke doing a nice job of sticking with that, where a lot of times maybe you thought you would give that up, but did not give it up and ends up getting the benefit of the doubt in a 2-point takedown. Lubke doing a nice job, got the arm trapped underneath and definitely trying to look at some sort of a roll there, and Wolf does a nice job, but Lubke real physical. Heavy pressure on the head, trying some power half type action here. Wolf kind of with his head on the mat for quite a period there, so possible stall at some point if it continued that way, but now gets back to his base. So great job by Wolf getting back to his base there, but really a nice job of riding by Lubke. Wolf's choice, he defers. Lubke takes down. Wolf kind of looking at his ankle there just a little bit. Trying to roll that out maybe just a little bit and kind of got it tucked underneath him maybe in all of their movement there in the first period. So nice ride here by Wolf. Kind of stretching him out now a little bit. We'll see what he's trying to get accomplished. Maybe roll the wrist underneath. Again, I get deceived once in a while by the whistle and the horn, and it's over on the other mat as the JV wrestlers from both towns of Fosston, Bagley, and DGF are going at it now too. So full gym full of wrestling. A nice ride here, almost a minute's worth of ride for Wolf. No riding time in high school sports, and that could probably be one of those debates like a shot clock. Where in college, if you ride for over a minute and establish it and keep it, you get a point. And it kind of adds another element to it. But again, I like the wide open style as well. But over a minute here, Wolf has ridden. Restart as a stalemate was called. And Lubke kind of reaching back, has the ankle again, or had the ankle of Wolf. Again, the only initial scoring was the 2, but Lubke's kind of putting himself in a spot here. No, he had count of 1 as Wolf kind of pulls him over the top. Now he's riding that high, trying to kind of use his legs to help leverage that head over. There he is, and it's pretty tight. And that's kind of a nice quick equalizer. I believe he's got 3 as the count of 5. So rode out the whole period. Nice job by Mr. Wolf, and that's probably one of his strengths is top, I can see. Takes that 3-2 lead now into the third. And it's his choice, so he's going to take down. Nice stand up and a release there. So now 4-3 in favor of Wolf. And this seems to be where Lubke felt the best is underneath. And he gets that single. He missed it. And it was almost like Wolf tried to reshoot. And then Lubke walked right into it and got in it. Now we're all kind of tied up here with 1:30 to go. 4-2 lead. And it kind of gives that 3-point bonus points now come in huge as it's 4-4 with that reversal. And now with 1:15 remaining, an escape. There's the escape given by Lubke. Wolf leads 5-4 with 1:05 remaining.
This is kind of the stop if Wolf is able to maintain this lead, just a little bit of momentum to switch over onto the Brawler side.
And not knowing the teams quite as well as I'd like to, Jason, I would guess this would be a spot where Fosston Bagley was hoping for more points than just 3. Now I think they'd be satisfied to get 3 because this Lubke has really come to wrestle, and now he's in on a single again. Wolf goes to the deep waist. Lubke's trying to pull him over the top. 30 seconds left here, and we get a stalemate. So once they got back where neither person really had an advantage, now we get the stalemate. So Lubke right in on that ankle again. Boy, he is quick. And again, that ankle's trapped underneath by Wolf. He's just kind of hanging on to that. And I think he's going to have to make a move to get up further. And here he's making that move with 5 seconds. He got the 2-point takedown and some 2 points and 2-point near fall. So Lubke had to make a move at the end. He did make that move. A 9-4 decision for Wolf. 9-4 decision puts Fosston Bagley on the scoreboard, on the United Community Bank scoreboard, 18-3 in favor of the DGF Rebels. We head to the 132 weight class, and for the Fosston Bagley Brawlers, it's Jacob Rudy, an 8th grader, against Austin Leinhardt, 9th grader. 9-6 for the Rebels. Boy, I'm really, really impressed with the Rebels and that low shot to the leg. They're really good at getting that ankle and getting into that single and then getting the takedown and kind of leaving no doubt on that takedown is when they get there, they have a good ride already started. So 2-0 lead here for Leinhardt, 9th grader. So again, nice young depth here for the DGF Rebels. Trapping that arm now, tried little cross-face cradle there. Looks like he's going to get that cradle. He steps over. We'll see if he can get it flipped over the top. Sometimes this is the toughest part, especially when they try to block with that leg. Maybe straight back, but nope, he goes to the side. And now we've got some back points happening here. And there's the fall. So just continues the bonus points parade continues here for the Rebels, as that's their 4th fall out of 5 matches, and 24-3 lead for the Rebels heading into 138.
Well, we talked about teams wanting to make a statement today, and right now it's DGF making that early statement.
Yeah, they look really aggressive. They look confident in what they're doing.
Camden Mustachia and Zach Thompson on the mat. 138. Could be an interesting one.
Thompson, a 9th grader and we saw how aggressive he was. Real athletic kid we saw in the first match, a 9th grader, and Mustachia is a 10th grader coming in with a 10-6 record. So I think this could be a fun one, Jason. I agree with you.
This is one for Fosston Bagley. You kind of really want to get some pins. You have some, I believe they had a couple of forfeits earlier in the match against Perham, so those points are given away. So they're just opportunities you want to try to pick up some spots here.
For sure, and it doesn't get easier for as you go down the line with the DGF wrestlers. So again, anytime you can grab points, it's a good one. And right as you speak, it was almost a takedown there for Thompson, as he showed that quick speed and athleticism in the first match against Carson Beyer today.
Well, the difference between try and triumph is just a little umph, so we'll see if they have that here.
I would agree that is the umph, and sometimes it's that little bit of umph that gets you that takedown or gets you taken down. So nice job here. Again, that's 2 points, and some people that is a new rule that you don't have to be all the way down. If you're in that 3-point stance and you're behind and have full and you're in control and the opponent reaches his hand down, as soon as his hand touches, that is a 2-point takedown. So it's 2-0, and then an escape for Mustachia makes it 2-1 with 20 seconds remaining. So I'm guessing Fosston Bagley was hoping for a ride out. They did not get that, so nice work by both wrestlers.
I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen with period 2 and 3 between these two. Definitely seems to be like our more evenly matched wrestlers in this duel.
Yeah, and I think Thompson is just his sheer athleticism. He's just so quick. You just don't know where that shot's coming from. And he's got that quick twitch that just, boom, he's on you. And I think it makes you a little nervous when you're wrestling, and especially it's probably one part that we didn't bring up. It's nice Fosston Bagley got the warm-up and they got to wrestle, but DGF also got to do a little scouting. Here's the kid you're going to wrestle. Take a peek at what they do. And sometimes that comes into play too, and you see someone like Thompson who's got that quick twitch to him, and you go, ooh, I better back off, and you kind of get out of the way you're going to wrestle. But Mustachia with a escape now ties it 2-2.
Well, and it seemed like tonight DGF's plan is just be aggressive and take it right to their opposition, which they've done so far.
Yeah, you gotta like how physical they are right now. They're really they really do a nice job just with the control of. They're really good on that low single leg shot, and you can tell they're perfecting what they're good at. And as soon as they get somebody down, that those arms just they work on an arm bar power half type series that really is really tough as you're a wrestler. You try to get out of one and you're in the other.
You talk about the scouting aspect. You can't see it on our screen, but there's a host of Yellow Jackets right outside their wrestling room right now, just observing the matches that are taking place here tonight. And always a lot of stuff going on. We have the match coming up between DGF and Perham, but you add in the extra of Parents' Night tonight. There's always a lot going on with that the wrestlers also will deal with and get ready to focus on in their match too as well.
Yeah, it's pictures being taken and all different kinds of things going on, but it's one of those, again, when we couldn't do it, Jason, we were missing it. So it's fun to see everybody involved, and we've got Coach John McEachran down being the blood man again, and it's nice to see some things that just kind of make you go, yep, we're back to what we were doing. Potentially dangerous here. Breaks this up with 8.7 seconds remaining. So our head table's back, and it's been a head table that's been around here for a long time, doing a great job of keeping us on track here. And so it's just fun. It's fun to see all the different things happening. So we head into the third, 2-2.
You mentioned a couple of things that have been happening. One thing we can talk about, since we're here, we also have the new wall that we can talk about in the new hallway of the Hall of Fame wall that has been in Perham and outside the Hive that's just been unveiled recently. So it's another unique thing that you were able to come in and check out, what you wouldn't have been able to do last year with the COVID rules in the year.
Yeah, it's just one more added piece that just really puts kind of the whole atmosphere coming here over the top. So, yeah, coming again, it kind of went from the pictures that are around the walking track, now the Hall of Fame out in the hallway, and all the sports teams, as you walk in the door, you can see their photos, and it's just all that atmosphere. It's so fun, and it makes it such an experience that kind of unforgettable for high school kids.
Well, we got a 3-2 match right here, and it seems like neither one wants to give any ground, don't want to make that mistake that could cost them a match.
Yeah, Thompson with the escape out of the third period there. So 1 minute remaining. So the final minute, Thompson leads 3-2, and Jason, you really pegged this one as being the toss-up match, and really equally good wrestlers here. So, and there you go, and it takes one thing like that. Mustasia kind of took a shot. The shot was a little far away, and again, that speed from Thompson, just he backed out of it, sprawled out, boom, went around and got the 2-point. Gives him a little cushion here at 5-2 until the escape makes it 5-3.
I was going to say, it almost seemed like Thompson lulled them into that one, into that move, into that long shot attempt, and knowing his speed, he was able to take advantage.
And I think you probably see it again, because Mustache is going to have to make something happen. He's the one behind, and that's where it almost comes into play, the quickness. But just as I say that, Mustache gets in a deep single. But again, that rideability of Thompson is super impressive. So Thompson gets a 5-3 win, doubles the output there for the Brawlers, and makes the score 24-6. 24-6 on our United Community Bank wrestling scoreboard. So here's kind of a little bit of the heart of the order for the Brawlers. Really impressed with Keegan Singer, a senior, as he's in on a quick early shot and a heavy dump, but nice job by Roy Rude to hang on to that ankle, and now he's almost in the better spot. Roy Rude, a ninth grader at 4-4. So again, I think if you're the Brawlers, you're thinking maybe this is one you'd be favored at. We'll see what happens here. He's got to get that leg free. Once he can get that leg free, he's going to get the takedown. But a good job of just hanging on by Rude. Doing a nice job of kind of curling up, and we'll see what Singer can do here. But he's kind of putting more and more pressure on Rude right now as he's kind of stretching him out. Boy, impressed with the strength of Rude. And there he finally gives the takedown, and one of those that I think he was worried if he didn't at that point, he was going to end up on his back. So really kind of an interesting job, but a nice job by Rude as he worked himself into that spot. So 2-0 lead for Singer as we go here. So 2-0 lead, and now kind of giving the DGF wrestler a taste of their own medicine as he throws in his own arm bar and is trying to get that elbow tip and then flatten him out, take that big step over he goes for the tilt instead. Now I'm kind of interested to see which way he's going to go with this. And just as I say that, Rude does a nice job of getting his arm free. So 2-0, looks like 2-0 with 2 seconds to go here. will be the score at the end of the first period in favor of Keegan Singer from Fosston Bagley.
Been a unique start to this match.
Yeah, I'm super impressed with the strength of Rude as a freshman. Boy, did a nice job. Singer was in on that pretty deep, and he kind of held on to that and kind of not wasted, but took the whole period up and didn't allow Singer to do what he wanted to do. And now here comes Rude. Looks like he's a fairly tough rider here as he's kind of got himself all wrapped up over Singer, but now Singer gets to his base, trying to peel the hands. If he could get up to that next point here, I think he could get himself free, but he's having a hard time getting off the haunches, and then throws that dreaded headlock into the picture. And at that point, Roy says, nope, I'm out of there. I'm not going to my back. So 3-0 lead with a nice little move, just threatening with the chance of a headlock. Both wrestlers kind of tied up here. 55 seconds remaining on the clock. And, nice job by Singer to get out of that. But then Rude is just showing that kind of that brute strength of just being able to force himself back into the picture when you think Singer has the definite advantage. Rude's just doing a nice job and now kind of pulling on Singer's arm there a little bit. Singer just keeps battling. Again, as soon as he gets there, there's Rude again grabbing that. And Rude's definitely in a better spot here if he can come out the back door. But nothing happens as they're walking out of bounds. And a stall call on Red, which is one he had to take, I think. He wasn't in a very good position. So a great job there by Singer. Even better job, I believe, by Rude. Coming out of the backside. So 7 seconds remain. Shot there by Rude. Some good action here, and it looks like we're going to go into the third period with a 3-0 lead for Singer. Rude's going to take down. A little chin drop action going there. What that allows him to do is kind of get that arm in there and take control of Rude's arm. But Rude's just so strong, or Roy's just so strong, excuse me. Roy Rude is doing just a great job of not letting him do what he wants to do. And I don't think Singer's had this kind of working that arm underneath and trying to turn him, but a really good, powerful ride. But Rude also doing a good job. Probably going to have to get his head off the mat here, work himself back to his base. He's just not allowing Singer to get anything. Here we got kind of a tilt type action, but Rude, I'm just impressed with the strength, Jason. It's just a lot of kids would have been over multiple times here, and he just kind of is able to muscle himself back into a good position.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Now he's going to try to turn it here, and he's just turned the momentum possibly. And he's got to try to work the next 40 seconds. So
get that leg free, get around, get that reversal, and then it's anybody's game. 30 seconds to go, but Singer has been in these spots. You can tell as a senior. He's used to. He turned around, grabbed onto that leg, kept hold of that leg, and did a nice job. So he holds that 3-0 lead, and this has really been a good match for a low-scoring match.
Well, it's a lot of strength against each other. These two both pretty well put together, well-built wrestlers here for DGF and Fosston Bagley.
They are for sure, and super impressed with the DGF squad up to this point, and I think they've got some real hammers coming up here yet too. So they put together a nice squad, and 5 seconds remain. And it's going to be a 3-0 win for Singer in a really, really tough battle, which changes our scoreboard to 24-9 on our United Community Bank Wrestling scoreboard, 24-9 in favor of DGF. So we have Tegan Larson, a senior for the Fosston Bagley Brawlers, coming up against Thomas Thureen, sophomore at 6-9. And again, by paper, you would look and say this might be one that Fosston Bagley is looking to close this gap a little bit, but Thureen has been on the mat a lot too. I recognize that name, and has put in a lot of mat time, and he's in on a double, and just like that, right to the takedown. Thought he was going to get some back points. Just that mat awareness into a headlock with a roll. Off the mat they go, and 2-0 lead for Thureen of the Rebels. Off the whistle, semi-roll, but Thureen, one of the things that the Rebels really are good at is they really get that arm trap, and then they try this roll or the arm bar, or they get to a power half. So they've really got a nice series, and you can tell that they spend a lot of time of it in the wrestling room. So again, here he's trying to run the arm bar. Nice job by Larson. He's got that knee up high and tight, which is his blocker right now, but it's not mattering as Thureen rolls him over. Might not have him in a pinning position quite yet. Both wrestlers look like they're in a little bit of pain in this move. So I don't think anybody is really excited, but I guess if you're Thureen, you're a lot more excited than if you're Tegan Larson right now.
Well, it's quite interesting seeing like some of these DGF guys. You see some of their records, and it almost doesn't seem to match up, but you just wonder, the competition that they face is outstanding as well.
Oh, yeah, and then you get into some of these tournaments, and a lot of things are getting to individual tournaments now, and you might end up with a couple losses in a tournament where you're facing ranked wrestlers all the time. So 7-0 lead. 7-0 lead for Thureen going into the second, and he just looks real comfortable on the mat.
And you talk about it a lot with Perham in the weight room, working together in the practice room. You can sure DGF is probably doing the same thing when they're training, who they're training with, and how they're getting better and improving every day.
Right, and the better competition you have in the wrestling room, the better it's going to be on competition night. So you can see that they're battling each other every night, and it's paying off when they come and the lights are on and it's time to wrestle on game night.
It'll be interesting to see what Larson has in the bag of tricks. Down 7-0 against Thureen, which that's not one of the things you wanted to do.
And at some point, you probably are going to have to let him up to get, but Thureen just goes right into a shot, but met nicely there by Larson. And it's one of those, you're getting to a minute left. Not that you have to panic, but you're going to almost have to get into one of those throw type situations where you're getting more than just 2 points. It looks like we maybe had a caution here as we're waiting for Thureen to get to his spot on the mat. But I don't know if you can play the takedown game and get caught up here unless maybe you're Brian Ramos. But nice job by Thureen of guarding that off. But Larson doing a nice job staying in on this. This should be 2. And they said, nope, over on the side of the mat. But nice job as he kind of spun around there, and I thought maybe he was going to get the 2 on Thureen to make it 8-2, but 8-0. 43 seconds on your clock. Thureen goes upper body and just throws him. A nice little lat drop there by Thureen. He gets the 2, makes it 10-0. And again, I think it's strength again. I've just been really impressed with, and it shouldn't surprise me. We watch the Rebels on the football field, and they're definitely they put their weight room program to use, and they do a nice job. So here's some more back points. So near fall points coming for Thureen, and he may get the fall here, but not a whole lot of time left on the clock to see if he can get the fall or not, and in kind of a bad position if you're Tegan Larson. So 3 more near fall makes it 13-0.
Well, and sorry, Lance, one of the things you talk about with this DGF squad, when you think about their football team, you always think about how strong their running attack is because of that very powerful offensive line, and I'm sure a few of these guys probably are on that line.
Right. Definitely, and as we see kids coming up here. So blood time out here, Jason. If you're ready, we can take a quick little break here, and we'll be right back.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome to the Main Line and Downer, a place you can bring your friends and the kids. You can browse the menu for your favorite lunch and dinner items. Burgers, chicken, pizza, amazing wings. Don't forget the Main Line and Downer also serves a delicious breakfast. The Main Line and Downer also has a convenience store as well as the end-of-the-line boutique shop filled with various gifts for kids, mom, dads, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpa, and something for all your other friends too. The Main Line and Downer, just 8 miles southeast of Barnesville on Highway 9. Visit the website or call 218-789-7610.
Back to action here. Just started the third period. Larson takes the down position, and no surprise, Thureen right back into that armbar position, trying to stretch him out now. You see he'll take a big step, and again 15 is tech fall, so if he gets and kind of a potentially dangerous there, and again those arm bars are just kind of a rough go if you're on the wrong side of it, and you kind of just take a second to get your shoulders back together, and away you go. So back to the center of the mat they go.
And the fun part about this is he's on an island just by himself, and you just got to battle, continue to battle through, and build and learn from this.
And Thureen goes right back into the arm bar position and says if it wasn't bad enough once, he'll do it again, and potentially dangerous again.
You can almost see Larson just like, really? We got to go through this again?
Right. So I thought they gave a point there for some reason, but maybe not.
They did.
And so we're waiting to see where that goes. And again, a little different approach here. And here's the count, which is going to put us into a tech fall situation. And again, he can run that out until the pin happens or not. So as soon as he breaks that, we get a technical fall by Thomas Thureen. So again, every win, kind of the difference here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins for DGF, 3 for Fosston Bagley, but all 3 for Fosston Bagley have been regular decisions, and everything's been a fall or a tech fall, so bonus points.
So Brody DeVries gets a victory by forfeit here, makes it 35-9.
So again, those bonus points just keep racking up one way or another.
And now Jordan Summers adds 6 more points with the forfeit victory. And we should get back to potential action here at 1. With Casey Maziski and Caden Sanford here at 170.
So Fosston Bagley bumps up Sanford from 170 to it is 170. No, it should be 182, I believe. I think we're at 182 now.
Yeah, we have back-to-back forfeits at 160 and 170, so it should be 182.
And Sanford comes out wrestling up a weight against Casey Mashiski, who's 12-3, a freshman. So the youth and the awesome wrestling experience of these DGF Rebels are pretty impressive.
It's going to be an exciting final match here tonight, I think, between the Yellow Jackets and the Rebels. Has some potential for some good matchups.
Yeah, there is a lot of position. And here's it was close. And that's where I think bumping up a weight for Sanford, he might have been able to do that against another 170-pounder, but not against Mashiski. And he just pulls him back over the top, and there's the fall. So, again, the bonus points parade happening here for the Rebels, and they've had a really nice evening. So DGF is open at 195. Rose is going to win by the forfeit decision, which will give the Brawlers their first bonus point of the night, making it 47-15.
So now we go see Bryce Fisher and Jesse Beckman. Beckman for the Brawlers, Fisher for the Rebels.
Fisher comes in 18-9, another one of their established wrestlers as a junior. Definitely heard that name on the football field, and probably one of their anchors of many that made, like you said, that ground game so fun to watch.
And just wears down opponents throughout the years. And you speak of good battles on the gridiron between Perham and DGF. It'll be interesting to see the battle on the mat tonight between these two teams.
Exactly, and there was a throw attempt by Fisher, which Beckman just basically stopped it dead in its tracks, and then nice job. He gets a 2-point takedown and a 2-point near fall. So 4-0. Quick job by Beckman. And doing a nice job of riding right now.
As Beckman suffered a tough loss in his first match, now looking much stronger in the second one, and a little bit of a break, and now he's got some momentum on his side here in this one.
Right, and kind of interesting on that one. I was thinking maybe this one would be Bryce Fisher, and it still can be, but little roll there by Fisher and right onto the attack, but a try at a throw, and then kind of got himself in a bad position there as Beckman off that throw, and ends up takedown for Fisher.
And that's why I don't predict things.
That's right, and it cuts the lead to 4-3.
Just how quick it turned, like you said, how it can turn. And it's turned that quickly on the young Jesse Beckman. Still leads, though.
Beckman with the 4-3 lead. A few seconds remaining here in the first period. And I almost think that Fisher wants to take him straight back, but didn't do that. And so coaches kind of from both sides instructing their athlete on what to do. Choice goes to the Brawlers. Beckman says, I'll go down. Fisher takes top. And Beckman, nice little scoot out right there. extends his lead to 5-3. Seems like these guys are wanting to throw one another, so it's going to be interesting to see how this all boils out towards the end of this match. And there, as I say it, there is a headlock by Fisher, and he's definitely racking up some back points there. And more than the back points, he wraps up the fall. So again, that is a good thing we don't predict too many things, and a nice start to the match by Beckman, but just too much Fisher towards the end.
Yeah, he started strong, but Fisher just kind of wore him down, wore it out, and did a nice job to pick up the victory.
Aiden Adine in for the DGF Rebels here. And Adine, I had it somewhere, Jason, I believe is a sophomore. He is, with a 2-4 record against Warren Nelson. And Nelson looked really good in the first match. Had a good match going with Reese Wilprick. But seemed very physical, very light on his feet, and tried this stuff. But Adine slipped out and kind of sat in the chair just like they teach the young kids to do, and now is a real good position to put Warren Nelson away here. And Nelson's fighting hard and kind of pushing off, but there it is, a drive by Adine. Adine with a fall, and Jason, that's pretty impressive when you go down the list, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 falls and 2 forfeits. That adds up to some quick points in a hurry, and nice job by the DGF Rebels.
Rebels were outstanding. You mentioned, they talk about teams wanting to make a message and send a message to each other. Both teams coming into tonight's duel now, coming up between DGF and Perham, will both have wins against Fosston Bagley. But if you look at the scores, a little bit different style matches where Fosston Bagley was able to put up 28 points against Perham, and Fosston Bagley put up 15 against DGF.
And the difference there, I think, is definitely bonus points. And you look, the wins from Fosston Bagley against the Rebels, they were all 3-point wins except for the forfeit, where they were able to get some bonus points against the Yellow Jackets. I hate to be, we said we should never predict, and I hate to predict, but it's going to be tough for the Yellow Jackets down low. I think it's one of the places where we're fairly young, and again, it's not an excuse. I think the Rebels are really kind of a dominant lower, and now that I've seen the Rebels, they're pretty dominant throughout. I don't see a lot of holes happening throughout this list. And we'll have to see if there's some movement by the Yellow Jackets if they try to do some things. But hats off to the Rebels. You got falls at 106 by Gabe Schmitz, a fall at 113 by Sam Schmitz, a fall at 120 by TJ Fuller, a fall at 132 by Austin Leinhart, a tech fall at 152 by Thomas Thoreen, forfeits by Brody DeVries and Jordan Sumners. Casey Mazowski with a fall at 182. Bryce Fisher a fall at 220 on a nice comeback match there. And Aiden Nadine comes in and gets a fall at 285. And so a nice job by the DGF Rebels running their record on the season to 8-2. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, and just a good-looking club. And one of the things of the years past of the Yellow Jackets, one of the things that I see similarities out of the Rebels is there's not a real place where you're going to make that big run or a hole, as so to speak. So I think we're getting a few JV matches maybe moving over, or some exhibition matches here, Jason, as I see the varsity is still up on the walking track. And so it's
that delay we have to wait because the DGF match was so quick that we kind of have to believe, I don't know the exact amount of minutes, but I know there's a wait time you have to wait. And
we're going to have a little delay. I think they probably ran into, there's a lot of JV matches, and a lot of times on this last match you want to kind of highlight it as being one of those where it's happening. It's parents' night, so we've got to step away for a little while. We'll probably take a little bit longer extended break as we have the athletes and their families announced, and I got to step away for a minute or two to be with my son, and then we'll come back and we'll pick it up. So we'll be on the same stream whenever we leave you, but we'll definitely be coming back. But opening impressions, if you're Fosston Bagley, I don't think you can be disappointed. You're going up a class to wrestle two kind of perennial powers in DGF, who's really come on in the last couple of years, and then the Yellow Jackets have been a powerhouse for many, many years, and maybe regrouping just a little bit, but you always have that history on your side. So I think if you're Fosston Bagley, there's some things that you want to see, but you always want to see good competition.
Well, I think that's just it right there. You mentioned that facing some of the top competition in the area, Fosston Bagley wants to see where they kind of stand at, might help them with a couple of the wins that they picked up for individual seating-wise, but also here, hey, here's a note for the kids that you say this is what you want to see, this is where you want to be in the future.
Right, and I think it's one of those things too, is it shouldn't be about this, but it's kind of fun to come to Perham with the Hive being here, and it's a nice facility to wrestle in. It's kind of a small college type atmosphere, and so it's good for other schools to get here and to be able to see parts of this too. And it's kind of been fun because now you see the effect is DGF will be opening their new gymnasium sometime in the near future. DL will be there Thursday night. Wrestling, and I don't know where that's held yet, but the boys basketball team was over to open up their new gymnasium, and so you kind of see these things happening, and it's all good things for kids. And when we really get down to it, how hard these kids work of being a student athlete, the time they put in the gymnasium or the weight room or the wrestling room, they deserve these type of things, and it's great to see the support in all of these different communities. I've been up to Fosston Bagley, and they have a really nice gymnasium there that gets a lot of wrestling mats in there and too. So it's fun to see all of these kids get these opportunities to be a student athlete.
You mentioned the Hive. This is kind of the trendsetter of the area right now. Detroit Lakes Gym is kind of the same as this one. You throw in down the road the Coliseum in Barnesville that's coming, DGF. They're all the goals now to try to one-up each other along the way.
Pelican Rapids put in a nice new gymnasium. And you know, it's good, and you got to thank the people out there that are voting to support these. And, you know, again, it's easy for me to sit here and because I love the athletics, but it really is so important to a community to have something that you're really proud about and then be able to come out and support these kids. And these kids do love the support that they get from the surrounding communities. So hats off to everybody who's involved with all of these decisions. And it's amazing to watch activities go on, Jason, as all the different pieces of people running around and how out of the athletic director's office of Aaron Anderson and with help from Tracy Fisher, all of the different pieces. We've got like 9-10 different people working tonight, not even including us, but we're not really working. So, but to see different, the McEachran on the blood, the stats, the scoreboard, the announcing by Bruce Perham. We've got Colton Lehman on staff. We've got supervisors here. The custodial staff's here working. You know, it's so good to see all the adults that are here and how all these different pieces come into play to make a really good opportunity for kids. It's good.
Definitely well said. We'll take a quick break and I'll let this match that's on our screen continue to roll on. Actually, we'll keep you here for a little bit, but you mentioned that tonight there's a lot of activities going on the road tonight. The girls basketball team is taking on Breckenridge, a big Heart of the Lakes conference game there, and we're going to have some activity coming up again on Thursday night here. The boys basketball action, Perham taking on DGF, and which should be a very exciting contest here on Thursday, and then we'll follow that up on Saturday with the Crossover Classic and just a day of basketball in this gym, which will be a lot of great teams, great day of 8 basketball games in total. We'll have the final 2 on the air for you on the Magnitude Sports Media Network.
Right, and a good rivalry of late in both boys and girls. The Yellow Jackets will be taking on the Fergus Falls Otters, and the Yellow Jacket girls went to Fergus Falls and picked up, I'm not going to say an upset victory, but a really, really nice victory. And one of the things that I'll say is Coach Super's he's had a good game plan in some of those big game type situations, and it'll be fun to see what happens now on the rebuttal coming back to the Hive.
I think it was more, you're not going to use the word upset, but I think it was more of a shock at the way it was.
Right.
I mean, it was pretty one-sided affair for most of the contest, and they did a good job defensively clamping down. Ellie Colback's going to get her points. She's one of the key players that you're going to watch, but they did a good job of clamping down on everyone else and not really letting – they're going to let Colback get her points. It's just – and need some other players to step up for Fergus Falls. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of attack Perham elects to go at Colback and the Otters on that Saturday night. And then you throw in the fact that that boys game after that is a section final rematch from last year, where Fergus Falls was able to knock off Perham, mainly because they also had a 7-footer in this middle gone this year, is Chance Fazio. So it'll be interesting to see how Perham and Fergus Falls match up, because the Perham boys basketball team surprised me this week with the very, very tough loss to Pelican Rapids, and they bounced back to be the top 10 team in ESCO and played an outstanding game against the Eskimos in the barn in ESCO.
And in that one statement, Jason, you had to wrap up what makes high school athletics so unique and so awesome. Just the unknownness of every night. You have no idea what's going to happen. And so whether you're at home watching a Magnitude or you come, it's that I don't think there's anything like it. And people can say, hey, I'm a college sports fan, or hey, I'm a professional sports fan. I like them all, but there's just such a heart and a passion for me for these high school athletics, because these kids are out here and they're kids.
Well, that, and you throw in the fact, one of the things you talked about with the pros, they're playing for a contract. They're not playing. I mean, yeah, it's neat to see. You got Minnesota, you got Green Bay, and just different towns like that. But at the same time, this is the identity of a lot of these communities, is these kids playing for the town on the name of their chest and the name on the back.
And it is, and I think there's such a respect from the community for kids who are willing to put themselves out there and be an athlete, because you're dead center. Like, there's nothing more as we're watching a wrestling match going on right here. There are 2 people in the center of the mat with 500,000 people watching. There's not many times in life that's happening, whether it's a fine arts, if you're giving a speech in front of a whole big crowd. Those are the things I think that define our youth and set them up to be future leaders coming up here. And that's where I think it's so important, and I sure enjoy it every single night coming out here to watch that. And again, you mentioned from Fergus Falls, Ellie Colback. If I'm wrong, you can tell me, but SDSU?
Yes, my understanding is
SDSU commit. So, again, we're looking at, if you want to see somebody that's a elite player from northern Minnesota, here's another opportunity to do that.
And Thursday night, you mentioned elite player on Saturday, and there's going to be a lot of elite players here on Saturday just because 8 games.
Yeah.
There's going to be some great basketball throughout the day. But then you throw in the fact Thursday night, Owen Leach and the Rebels were close last year to knocking off a streak in this building. They're going to want to try to do that again, or actually get over that hump against the Yellow Jackets here in the Hive.
Right, and Owen Leach, if you haven't seen him, you don't want to make too much over one player, and there's going to be a lot of great players in that game, but such a unique player in the fact that he's 6'6", 6'7", can shoot from about 30 feet, isn't afraid to post up a player, getting some good looks from some major universities from what I hear. But the Yellow Jackets always seem to come up with a way or a game plan, and the Yellow Jackets have some kids playing some really good basketball. Soren Anderson is shooting lights out, and you know, he's 6'3", 6'4", and Micah Thompson. So they have, at 6'5", they have the people who maybe can defend. So it'll be interesting to see that one on Thursday night, and our wrestlers are going to DL. So if you're over that direction, you can go see a Highway 10 clash of two kind of, I won't say bitter rivals, but rivals for sure, go at each other in that night. So we got a little action going on up here. It was not me changing the screen, so we apologize for that. I'll keep talking. Jason can laugh. And
well, you didn't watch it unfold like I got to.
Yeah,
so.
I was watching Jason. Jason was watching the young guy run right into the camera. So, but anyways, wrestlers Thursday night, boys basketball. Again, get your fill of whichever team or both teams if you can support. I know the other night I had the national championship game on. I was watching 2 high school games on 2 different laptops, and I was the happiest person that could be, and my wife looked at me like, you have to be crazy. But I was happy to be watching all the different events.
Again, nice. And as we're getting ready to go, we're still waiting for the varsity between Perham and DGF. But quick recap, DGF just picked up a 59-15 victory over Fosston Bagley. And the Yellow Jackets in the first duel of the night earned a 46-28 victory over Fosston Bagley. We'll take a quick timeout, thank our sponsors, and get you set up as things continue to roll along here from the Hive.
Do you have a teen ready for driving lessons? Don't know what they need to do or when things need to be done? If busyness keeps you from driving with them, then Gotta Go Driving School is the place to call. Jeff Weber at Gotta Go Driving School has been teaching driving lessons to all age groups since 1991. Call Jeff at Gotta Go Driving, 238-0236. Jeff will tell you to start planning ahead now. Don't wait. Got a new driver? Then it's Gotta Go Driving School. Talk to Jeff or go online at gottagodrivingschool.com.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein and List E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results. Yield expected, yield delivered. Stein and List E3 soybeans have yield.
Buying, selling, or leasing commercial real estate or farmland in the Fargo-Moorhead and surrounding area? From office to retail, industrial to multifamily, commercial land to farmland. As the #1 commercial, sales, and leasing brokerage in the FM region, Goldmark Commercial has the experience and skills to handle all of your commercial real estate and farmland needs with the highest levels of customer service and marketing around. Trust the experts at Goldmark Commercial Real Estate to lead your team to success.
Welcome to the Main Line and Downer, a place you can bring your friends and the kids. You can browse the menu for your favorite lunch and dinner items. Burgers, chicken, pizza, amazing wings. Don't forget the Main Line and Downer also serves a delicious breakfast. The Main Line and Downer also has a convenience store as well as the end-of-the-line boutique shop filled with various gifts for kids, mom, dads, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpa, and something for all your other friends too. The Main Line and Downer, just 8 miles southeast of Barnesville on Highway 9. Visit the website or call 218-789-7610.
At Superior Grain Equipment, we're committed to quality and service, offering you the best in grain storage and dryers for any size operation. Our experts will work with you to determine the most efficient and economical storage solution for your needs. We help protect your bottom line and your future with the industry's best bins and warranties. Make the superior choice for protection today and tomorrow with Superior Grain Equipment.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuppy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Hi, I'm Trevor Seaman with United Community Bank, and today we're down at the Gathering Grounds, joined with Ashley Clifton.
Hello.
Ashley, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
What's the best part for you about working with United Community Bank?
Besides just that they believed in me and kind of took a chance on me and helped me get it all together, I think what's more is that they really do support the community. They come in the store all the time. They don't just give us business, but they, encourage our business, buy gift cards in the winter when we're slower to give to other, locals and businesses. So it's just really inspirational for me.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuppy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
Perham Public Schools, School of Champions. Perham Public Schools, School of Champions.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results. Yield expected, yield delivered. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans have yield.
They say a dollar doesn't go far these days, but in my classroom, it does. Especially when I can use it to buy technology to keep my students on the cutting edge of learning.
Arvig donates money to my school through a school partnership program.
A dollar of your payment goes to area schools like mine for computers, tablets, smart technology.
It doesn't cost me anything extra to provide a better,
brighter,
more connected classroom.
Good sportsmanship. It will carry you further in life than sports. Growing up in North Dakota, I learned to respect my opponents, the coaches, and the officials. The values of fairness and teamwork carried me to the highest level of my sport and allowed me to live my dream of playing football in the NFL. It doesn't matter if you're on the stage, the playing field, or in the stands. We are all better when we show respect for others and practice good sportsmanship. Carry yourself with dignity. Being gracious makes the losses easier and the victories that much sweeter. So when the lights on the playing field, the stage, or the gym floor dim, you'll always have pride in yourself.
When everything is in one place, it's easier to stay focused on your own life. At Central Minnesota Credit Union, we've streamlined our financial tools to ensure you have everything you need all under one roof. Whether you're starting a family, starting a business, or buying a home, CMCU is here to be a trusted financial partner. CMCU offers free checking options and a network of financial experts. Because when everything is in one place, it's easier to stay focused on your own life.
Odds are there's an ace right in your neighborhood. With expert advice and the right tools to make your quick fixes even quicker. Around the block, what you need in stock. With people who know their stuff. Welcome to the Home Convenience Store.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
They say a dollar doesn't go far these days, but in my classroom, it does. Especially when I can use it to buy technology to keep my students on the cutting edge of learning.
Arvig donates money to my school through a school partnership program.
A dollar of your payment goes to area schools like mine for computers, tablets, smart technology.
It doesn't cost me anything extra to provide a better,
brighter,
more connected classroom.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuppy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
welcome back to the Hive. We're right in the middle of Parents' Night, and I thought it was a good opportunity to, we'll try to show you and zoom out just a little bit here. The wrestling program, the managers, coaches all being introduced here. And kind of a neat night as you see the parents kind of stand up with pride as their son is being announced, or the managers being announced, and it's a great thing to witness here. So thank you for hanging with us and following our commercial break there. It was good for my voice to get recouped, and it's really awesome to see a good group of young men wrestling right now. And it says worlds about Coach Vetch and his staff and his program, the number of kids that are coming out again and working at a sport that's really, really hard. And this is a good opportunity to kind of to see all of them, 7th grade through seniors. And it's a nice job as PA announcer Bruce Bryan is going through all of the wrestlers and the names of their families. So I don't think we'll be too long after that we'll be starting this match between the DGF Rebels and the Perham Yellow Jackets. And at first glance, it's the first time I've gotten to see the DGF Rebels, and they look really solid from the word go. If you're a Yellow Jacket fan, we're going to have to defend that single leg. That quick shot right off the whistle seemed to be really, really, really a strong piece to their puzzle for the Rebels. So leg defense tonight, I think, is going to be one of those things that we're going to be talking about. And then keeping your arms out and not getting into those arm bar type situations. And the Rebels do a nice job working an arm bar, power half, tilt type look to it. So whichever way you go, they're gonna take advantage of it. So there's the last introduction for all the wrestlers and the managers and the coaches. Done nicely by Bruce Perrine tonight. And so we're getting close to action. And sorry, I'm going to kind of focus the camera here just a little bit and try to get this back into the right play for us. But kind of anxious to see this. It's always good to see a section opponent. And so it's always good to see a section opponent, especially after Christmas time. You kind of see where everybody drops weight and going, and I think we got to stem the tide if you're a Yellow Jacket. The early weights really seem strong for the DGF Rebels, and I'm not who's kidding who. They were strong against Fosston Bagley throughout the whole thing. I'm looking forward to a few matchups at 120. Chandler Mickelson for the Yellow Jackets against TJ Fuller. TJ looked really, really strong for an 8th grader, and I believe they tussled last year at the 106 weight class. So that's one that I'm really kind of interested in. Carson Beyer and Camden Mustachia, I think, is going to be a really interesting matchup. Carson's been wrestling really well, and Mustachia looked really strong as we were going. So that's one that I'm looking forward to. And then I think Blake Lawrence is if they have a match there, is where we're going to have to start making a little run if we can. Tough draw again for Braylon Rock, number 10 in the state, Jordan Summers. But really, Summers is a nice looking running back for the Rebels, and a really good wrestler that's had couple injury type things. Otherwise, his wins would have been up. I know a couple years ago he was 9-1 going into the state tournament, and really, really accomplished wrestler. So 170 could. It'll be interesting to see where Braylon's coming as he has shown some strength. And then I think we're just looking for Brian to continue what Brian Ramos does. And again, if you didn't join us earlier at the Eden Prairie tournament, Eden Prairie Waconia duels this last weekend, really nice couple awards for some couple of young men. Blake Lawrence got his 80th win, and Brian Ramos got it 125. So really cool when you hit those milestones, and we're kind of going through the going through the lineups here with Bruce Bryan, and then you go down the line, and I think it's going to be pretty awesome that you can look. I think Hudson Hackle will have a good match. Whoever has Bryce Fisher would be is really looked tough once he got rolling. Was really good, and then we'll see what happens at heavyweight tonight, depending on where we're at with Reese Wilprick, as he kind of had a medical forfeit there after kind of a hard hit to the head region on a takedown. Nothing intentional, but it was definitely one that stunned him a little bit and had to start. So going to be some good matchups tonight. I'm not sure where we're at, but I'm going to tell my technical guru, Jason, I can't hear myself in my headphones at all. So there we go. Now I'm back. It was a little bit interesting there. I was like talking but not hearing anything. So maybe you guys at home would be happier that way.
I was going to say there's so many jokes I could just lead into that, but I'm just going to leave those be as we get ready for what's going to be an exciting main event here.
Yeah. No, and I'm looking forward to it. And you know what? Wrestling's one of those. It kind of reminds me, you coach softball, Jason. Baseball's the same way. Once in a while, it's tough when a team gets on a run. It's hard to stop it.
Oh, yeah. And you mentioned it. It's that momentum, and we talked about it a lot during the volleyball season as well, and you mentioned that you try to do so many different things, but here in this sport, it's so individual. It's kind of tough to try to do different things to get the momentum to change, where in those team sports, you can do a little different things here and there that might work.
Right, and you can't even take a time out to go talk to your pitcher. You got to just work your way through it and battle. So it's going to be a good match. I think both clubs will wrestle hard. I know there's a level of respect in this rivalry from both schools, and can't wait to get it going, and we're getting really close.
As you can tell, introductions taking place, and should be interesting. I think Keys we've talked about it, and I'm sure everyone's tired of hearing me talk about the bonus point differential, and I think that's going to be the key in a duel like this, where whose strengths and where they line up, and it's how many points keeping a match from being 3 to 4, and avoiding a pin and keeping it a 4 or 3 point decision.
I just like listening to you talk about wrestling, Jason. From where we started a year and a half, 2 years ago, to where you are now, you're just a wily old veteran up here, throwing out all those terms. So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I do believe that the Yellow Jackets are gonna have to wrestle really well tonight, just from what I saw. But every matchup is so different. That's what makes the sport what it is you can see one team and you think they're going to be state champions, and they come out the next and they don't look that way. Neat aspect happening here. Obviously, you can tell we didn't go into our night camera, but the lights are off. The walkout music is going, and that always kind of pumps up the teams a little bit more. And we start out with Dresden Wegscheid, 3-14, an 8th grader on the season, against Gabe Schmitz, junior, 4-9. And I saw Gabe in the first one, and he did not look like a 4-9 wrestler. So, and just as I speak, he gets the takedown. And no surprise, working on the arms.
I'm always intrigued to hear what kind of music the kids pick for their walk-up theme.
Yeah, I always it was always a unique thing at home with my son Leighton. It was about the only time I got, other than Dad, can I have money, or Dad, what kind of car should I buy? It was, Dad, what do you think would be a cool song? So I always felt like there was a little bit of youth left in me and a little bit of coolness when my son would ask me what he should be listening. Braylon, not so much. So I must have hit the old streak. And there's a pin and a fall by Gabe Schmitz at about a minute mark. And I could kind of see that one coming, as he looked really strong in that first one. And Dresden's been doing a great job of fighting. And we'll head right into 113. Sam Schmitz, 6-6, probably 7-6 now after the first round. An 8th grader to facing Carson Zize, 2-5 on the season, a 7th grader, and Carson looked really good in the first one. So this could be a wide open match here, as both these young men looked very offensive in the first match of the night for each of them. Zize with the takedown. Nice job by Carson. It's always kind of nice to set the pace and set the tone. And then once you get up by that first two, you kind of get that feeling like, hey, I'm okay now, let's go. Nice job by the DGF wrestler, Sam Schmitz. A good, valiant effort to get free. Ended up out of bounds, but he's got some springiness to him, down to the mat and right back up again.
And one other thing we should touch on, you might notice different referee, but they're actually going with the 2 officials here for this. Is kind of more like, that as you get ready for section times, you see that.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. One official was doing the JV and kind of slid over, so they'll go every other match here, I would guess, unless something is really different. And it's also really nice for kind of a safety measure too. That second official, called the trail official, is really nice to kind of find and come behind and maybe see when those arms are out of place or a knee's bent the wrong way, and they can also stop, or they can also converse with the lead official to talk about a scoring call that might change the battle of the match. There's a 2-point reversal by Schmitz. And like I said, I thought this one was going to be wide open, and it's only 2-2, but that doesn't reflect the action that these two have had on the mat.
Last year we touched on, I haven't touched on it yet, but last year Perham was able to defeat DGF in the sections. And DGF has that in the back of their mind a little bit.
Right, and that was the kind of the opening round of the tournament, and then Perham went on to lose to Thief River Falls, and it was a good match then too. And you look at it and you think 20 points, but tonight, Jason, we saw how fast 20 points can disappear in a couple of these matches, or how fast 20 points can be gained with just 2 or 3 matches going a different way. So again, I agree with you. I think probably DGF, there always seems to be that rivalry, whether it's basketball, softball, baseball, football, whatever it is. It seems like the DGF, even though we're an hour apart or better, it seems like it's become a really good rivalry here.
And this DGF wrestling program is one is on the rise. I mean, you look at their programs across the board, though, they've been outstanding, and now this is a program that's starting to be on the rise and on the ascent.
Right, and I think that coincides a lot of times with football. I think, you look at not that other guys don't play football, but you kind of get that basis. They seem to kind of go, Perham had some really good football years there, really good wrestling and basketball programs, and you're seeing the same thing out of DGF. Their basketball program's good, their football program's good, their wrestling program's good. So, good athletes, obviously kind of the stupid statement of the night, but good athletes make good programs, and DGF's going through a good run of them right now.
Well, and also that, you got the right coaching in place too that'll help. And good leadership is also a big key, and that's what Perham has right now with their staff. You can't see them on our screen, but they're intently watching to our right. Same thing can be said for the DGF coaching staff, intently watching to our left.
Yeah, and I think they, what I've seen out of both coaching staffs is they trust what they've done in the wrestling room, and now it's the kids' chance to go execute it. And no, Jason, we're not starting Lance's stupid statement of the night for every week, which I know we could do on every one, but.
That could be a sponsor.
It does have a rhyme to it.
Could get a sponsor for that.
A great match here. Nice yeah. I'm sure they're lining up. Zize now kind of putting that same move on that DGF's been using, and he should be getting back points, and he isn't. He's got it tight, and the Yellow Jacket fans are waiting for the fall. And nice move here by Zize, and he's really picking his head up. Probably got those shoulders wrapped underneath. 12 seconds remain, and then he bails out. But he gets his 3 points, and nice work there by Carson Zize, and he takes a 5-2 lead, and he's going to take that into the third period and kind of imposing his will a little bit here.
This is going to be a big third period, especially for Zize, because if you look at on paper and record-wise, this might be one that DGF is looking at, but Zize, an outstanding second period, taking some momentum. here in the third.
Right, and it's nice when you see 7th graders and 8th graders wrestling at these weights. It gives them that varsity experience, and now Zeise gets another point for an escape, takes that 6-2 lead, which you don't ever want to be too confident, because one throw and you're giving up 5 and you're down. But I like his confidence right now and how hard he's working. Another takedown with a nice little, looked like I looked away for just a second to see if our camera was right, but looked like a little duck under. So 8-2 lead, and now Zeise's almost to the point where you hate to jinx it, but you're looking at maybe getting bonus points here, where we thought maybe this could be a toss-up match. But Zeise working on a little cross, and then he gives that up, and trying to pull that arm cross and through, and kind of a cross body ride in there, and it would be nice to, he tries to pull him over, a little drag, but with that drag flattens him out. Let's see if Zeise tries to get those arms. He was working really well on his arm bar type series earlier, and he's kind of chopping and dragging here, flattening him out really nice. If he can roll that wrist underneath, and I remember hearing Coach Clint Mosier yelling, roll the wrist to my boys underneath there, and here he's doing it. A nice job right here as Coach Vetch is right down in front of him, kind of walking him through this and stepping over, and this is nice. Got it in nice and tight, and it looks like the fall, the Yellow Jackets fans are kind of clamoring for it right now, and that's tight, and there is the fall. So nice work by Carson Zeise for the fall, and really coming on into his own, and that's going to be crucial for the Yellow Jackets, as now we're tied 6-6 on the United Community Bank wrestling scoreboard. On to 120. Chandler Mickelson going for the Yellow Jackets. Chandler, a sophomore, 20-11 on the season against TJ Fuller, an 8th grader at 8-6 now for DGF. And I believe they did wrestle before. And there's that touch that I talked about earlier. As soon as you've got possession and you touch, the opponent's hand touches the mat, it's a takedown. So takedown, and not a real good spot for Chandler there. So he smartly lets him go. Nice job by Fuller. 2-1 with 30 seconds gone. Nice job there by Mickelson. Mickelson with a takedown again, so a 4-1 lead. And this is one I kind of was looking forward to, Jason, that I know Fuller's 8th grader, but accomplished wrestler. Seen him on the mat a lot of times, and just a little bit different style than what Chandler wrestles. So,
and this is one of those opportunities for the Yellow Jackets. I think, I shouldn't say opportunities, but a chance to pick up some points here. Like you said, could be an interesting match, you know, with Chandler in the lead 4-1, but an opportunity here as there's some big guns coming up for the Rebels here shortly.
There are, and there's a couple toss-up matches thrown in there, and so that's going to maybe be what comes down to is some of those toss-up matches, because you know the hammers are coming for DGF, and same can be said for the Yellow Jackets. You get up to the Ramos and Lawrence and those weight classes, the Yellow Jackets are going to definitely be looking to make up some points right there. But Chandler doing a great job kind of just curling up Fuller right now, and with 10 seconds remaining to go, it looks like he's going to take a 4-1 lead into the second.
Nice job there, Chandler maintaining control as Fuller was trying to escape there at the end of the period.
Nice work by Fuller on that one. I wasn't expecting that burst to come out of there, and he did a real nice job. So we're going to go on our feet again, and Chandler's had a really nice shot coming off of here. So again, Fuller's kind of that longer, maybe a little bit arm drag. We'll see if he tries to pick that ankle. They've been really trying hard, DGF, to get to that low shot on that ankle. But one of the ways I've always heard is shoot before they do, and then, you don't give them that chance. And there goes Chandler. Gets in on a nice single, started out on kind of a high C or maybe a fireman's, and now gets that takedown. So 6-1 lead for Mickelson coming into with about a minute 20 remaining in the second period.
And if I remember correctly, Chandler was a state representative for the Yellow Jackets last year, so
he was.
A lot of experience.
It was kind of a unique situation last year. They never wrestled a section final. Here we're looking for some bonus some back points, and Chandler's got it, and he's got them spread out kind of nice here. So let's see if he can settle in without getting too high on there and letting Fuller escape. But nice job, nice leverage there by Mickelson. Yeah, going back to what you said, no section champions last year. They took the top 4, so first and second in wrestle, third and fourth did, and then they went to the state preliminaries. And then from there, they went on to the state championship. So basically, you were in the top 8 once you got to there. And yeah, that was it was an interesting way to do it. Held in different parts of the different places, and St. Michael was one, I believe. And Chandler had a really nice season last year.
That was quite the unique year, not the same experience, but a great experience for Chandler. As as you talk about the state at the XL Energy Center, when it's usually there, it's always a unique event in itself. Yeah. Last year a little bit different, as everything was different last year.
No, and if you've never been to the XL during the state championships, it's a unbelievable venue to have all the mats going, and you see all the sea of the different colors sitting in the different sections, and it's really a unique atmosphere. And lucky enough to see both of my boys down there and get a chance to wrestle in front of 10, 15, 20,000 people is a pretty cool thing.
Recommendation, if you're looking to go down there in the future, make sure you get down there early for parking.
Yeah, that is a true statement there. So 9-1 Mickelson doing a really great job, and Chandler has had a great season to start out with this year. He's really had some tough kids, bumping up a couple weight classes from 106 to 120. Always kind of tends to wonder where you're going to be at, because he was really a strong 106-pounder last year, and he's equally seems to be coming into his own at 120 pounds. We get a stall warning on red. Stall on red, so that was the first stall. No points awarded. Good work here by Mickelson, trying to get some points. He's kind of stretching out Fuller, not so much upper body, but every time that leg goes, you can kind of see it kind of takes some of the power away from Fuller. 45 seconds remain, 9-1. So if it stays right now, it would be some bonus points here. And I'm sure Fuller would like to at least get the escape, get it to a 7-point and a regular decision. Here we got a little tilt try. He keeps pulling on that tilt. Fuller's doing a nice job. He's kind of got using that elbow as a wedge, and as that wedge goes, he would not go over. So nice job by Fuller, not giving in to that nice tilt put on by Mickelson. And it looks like that's where we're going to be, Jason. 9-1 Mickelson. So nice match by Mickelson. Gets a major decision right there. Puts the Yellow Jackets back on the scoreboard, making it 10-6. 10-6 tonight on the scoreboard, on the United Community Bank scoreboard, and we head to 126. So Lubke comes out at 126, a ninth grader, 15, 16, and 3 on the season now, I believe. And Tegan Detloff, a 7th grader, is coming out here, and Lubke had a tough match, but if we scroll back and you want to go back and watch, Tegan Detloff wrestled Aiden Wolf from Fosston Bagley, who's rated 9 in 1A and lost 3-2 and was kind of the driver of the bus as he was in on a lot of shots. So interesting to see back-to-back matches here now from Tegan Detloff.
And he definitely, comes in as a youngster, but you can just wrestles above his years, is aggressive, goes right on the attack. As you said, he's a guy that kind of likes to be the aggressor, and he spent a lot of time on the mat throughout the years.
Yeah, and he's a real mat-savvy kid. And there he caught Lubke going in, and he gets the 2-point takedown and right away traps that arm. So you can see using that smart. Here comes Lubke out. Lubke's looking for the reversal. But I think they're going to go out, and let's see if they award the 1. They do award the 1 on the escape, so 2-1. So nice job of offense in the form of defense by Tegan Detloff. So a 2-1 lead for Detloff right here against a nice-looking 9th grader, Jacob Lubke for DGF. Lubke in on the single, but you can see how Tegan's experience, even being a 7th grader, as he tries to roll him over on that. Coach Vetch giving his young wrestler some instruction, and Lubke has got, if he gets his head loose, he's going to get some points here, and he's just ramming back and forth, basically just trying to move Detloff, and now grabbing that far ankle, and they're gonna, this is where we said the trail ref, they're gonna confer. It was pretty close, it was right at the horn. They confer no points, so nice job by both wrestlers, and whoever you're cheering for tonight, you're probably thinking it was the wrong call. Lubke in the down position, 2-1 in favor of Detloff right now from Perham.
But also, that's the good thing about having that trail official. You're able to discuss that and have that discussion instead of the one official, and you can get the call eventually right.
And it always seems like if you're a parent or a spectator, when they converse, you kind of go, well, they both saw the same thing then. So nice job by both officials here tonight. And theirs looks like 2 more maybe. 2 for Detloff. So now he takes a 4-2 lead, and you just got to be impressed with his aggressiveness on the mat, and you almost see him walk his shoulders a little bit back now, just a little bit more confident each time, and with each takedown he's starting to go, hey, I'm a varsity wrestler.
Well, he gained probably quite a bit too from going against state-ranked wrestler in his first match, held his own in that match throughout, and now just something to build on as he gets ready for this one.
Right, it's fun to see that happen, and you can run through lulls just like if you're hitting or pitching or shooting free throws or whatever it is, but it really seems like Tegan's kind of on the top of his game right now, and a lot of exciting things to come if you're a Yellow Jacket fan to watch this young 7th grader. Escape for Lubke makes it 4-3, and he shoots right back in. Kind of a wild shot, so nice job by Detloff. He just fends it off, and I think he's going to score again if Lubke tries to shoot from that far out. Off the mat they go, 21 seconds remaining, and again, what a great match, 4-3. Well wrestled by both guys. Detloff doing all the right things right now, and he shoots in again. Just a really nice shot. Gets in on that single, tries to switch to a double, gets it to, now wraps that leg in there. He's so smart about that, getting that leg in there. And he drops him to his back, and as he drops to his back, he kind of loses a grip. And just when Lubke looked like he was going to score, again the buzzer goes off. So Lubke's had some points left on the table there, and you could see a little frustration out of Detloff as he really felt like he should have had the takedown there in the last seconds, and those would have been huge points.
So now we've kind of had each period end with each wrestler thinking they should have had a couple of points.
Yeah.
So kind of unique way how it evens out that way.
It does. It's a good thing. And here, Lubke is doing a nice job of just trailing him. But I think Teagan, if he can get out of there, he's going to get a reversal out of this thing if he can get his head out and lift it up. But it's just so tight in there right now. But now he's using the leverage of his leg, hooking the leg of Lubke and kind of putting Lubke in a bad spot. There it is. Reversal by Detloff. And I hope you can hear through the crowd mic a little bit that it's kind of the rooting section is really getting behind now young Mr. Detloff. And I know that it can be a lot of help here. Teagan's got him stretched out pretty good right now in a good spot.
You can also tell that the score is close, and both sides are starting to make a little bit more noise. Some more fans standing up here, especially if they're along the back row.
Nice job, and it's one of those times where you want to stay aggressive, but you don't want to make a mistake. So it's kind of that happy medium as we go through. Looks like escape going to happen, and now we're down to 20 seconds, and Lubke just shoots in right away again. Doesn't really set up what I thought he might set up. So 6-4, 14 seconds remaining. 14 seconds remaining. 6-4. Nice job by Detloff. He's doing a admirable job of stalling patiently, and then goes for the takedown at the very end, and a huge win for Teagan Detloff with a 6-4 win over Jacob Lubke, and that puts the Yellow Jackets up 13-6 going into 132 pounds. And this is a good start if you're a Yellow Jacket fan. 132, Austin Leinhardt, 9-6, a ninth grader, going against Nick Peters. 6-5-7 is also a ninth grader, 5-8 probably right now. And
two guys that are gonna probably go right at each other strong, and we talked about it in the first match with Nick Peters, kind of all over the mats.
Yeah, and he got a fall in that first one, so 6-7 for Nick Peters, and yeah, he's got kind of a wide open style of wrestling, and if you like offense, you're gonna love watching Nick Peters wrestle. Austin Leinhardt could be better with my sheet here. He won by fall in the first one, so it looks like this could be a wide open match again.
That's one of those toss-up matches that, what way is it going to go and how's it going to play out towards the outcome? And there's a big 2 points, but looks like a reversal right there. So quickly it's tied at 2 as Peters answers.
And that's that wide open style, and I don't think we're done with 50 seconds remaining. Both guys really diving in and kind of going.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those rare double-digit matches, but from both.
Yeah, like I said, if you like offense, you're gonna. Nick Peters kind of is the high flyer. He likes to get going and maybe sometimes unconventional, but it sure is fun to watch. There's the escape. So now we're 3-2 in favor of Leinhardt. In the last few seconds, it's almost like both wrestlers just kind of took a big breath, sigh of like, okay, we weathered the storm from each other. Now let's see what happens in the second period. DGF had the choice. They deferred. Nick Peters says, I'll take down. Nice drive by Leinhardt, flattening Peters out, but Peters gets right back to his base. again, the DGF, they like to roll that wrist under, kind of work some of their offense through that, get themselves going, and the same thing's trying to happen here. So nice ride, about 40 seconds into the ride right now is Leinart, and Peters sits out. It's a nice sit out, but that's the danger, that when you try to sit out, you kind of lean back and you make your arms available, and it seems like every time that happens, DGF just kind of jumps on it. Looks like we have the cradle hooked up. We'll see if he can hop over. Well, looks like it's still hooked up, and then Peters kind of gets underneath there and takes the arms and separates the hands. So nice switch attempt there, and nice job by Peters, and instead of getting one, he gets two and takes the lead. And so now he's got to stay under control. Didn't give it to him. Oh man, Jason, good thing he's watching. I thought for sure it was the reversal, but the leg position there. So, and just as I apologize for my misspeaking, then we got it again. Peters now stretching him out and trying to get some back points, looking at the official like, how close am I? Again, he's awful high. There's a count of one, but nothing after that. And again, it's kind of a wild match. And here goes Peters again, throwing that arm over. Count of one. Now we're going to get a count, and he's settling in. So ran out of time, or in a bad position there. So 3-point near fall for Peters makes it 7-3 going into the third. And I still think it's anybody's ball game here, Jason, as we head into the third period.
Yeah, you never know what's going to be up Austin Leonard's sleeve as he gets ready for the third period, but a tough break for him towards the end. But a nice job by Peters getting that reversal after thinking he had it, and then getting eventually sticking with it and getting it, and then near the near fall.
Yeah, Peters dives right in on the cradle now, and again, he's got him in the cradle here. Let's see if he can slide him, and if he's going to pull him back or go over the top. He kind of is going to pull over the top, but he's not getting much leverage here, and here he comes. So we're going to get some more back points here for Peters, as he's kind of putting a string of really nice things, and he's got him pretty flat. And there's the fall, and I did not see that coming. So awesome work, Nick Peters, building that lead up for the Yellow Jackets, now making it 19-6, heading into 138. Awesome work there by Nick Peters in one that I thought might have been a toss-up match. .138, we head in Carson Byer for the Yellow Jackets. Carson came into the night 9-12. He is a sophomore, and he's wrestling against Camden Mustachia, also a sophomore, came into the night with a record of 10-6. And again, could be another toss-up match here. Byer's been wrestling well. Byer goes for the throw. Mustachia just sits down, and away he goes. And they both end up out of bounds, so we restart the clock. And you can tell it was a big high on the Peters. It just kind of, we're all settled back in now, and the crowd noise, it kind of takes, you almost have to sit down again to kind of get yourself geared back up. But United Community Bank scoreboard shows the Yellow Jackets leading 19-6. We're at 138 pounds. And lots of good matches coming up, and interested to see how this one turns out between Byer and Mustachia. Both wrestlers out of bounds again. 44 seconds remaining on the clock. They come back to the center. Byer with a couple shots. Tried one throw. Mustachia more of the defensive wrestler right now, just kind of working off of what Byer does. I know that he has a shot. There's another shot by Byer. Again, met nice leg defense there by Mustachia. Byer again on in the shot. Mustachia sprawls out, and again, they're off the mat. So official kind of telling them, hey, guys, stay towards the center. This is where the wrestling's going to happen. So 20 seconds remain here on your clock. First shot there by Mustachia, met nicely by Byer. Byer back in with an ankle and gets the 2 points with 8 seconds left on the clock in the first period. So nice reshot there by Byer. Mustachia trying to get his one before the time runs out, and he does not do it. So Byer takes a 2-0 lead into the second. Mustachia's choice, he takes down. Mustachia gets up to the tripod position here. Byer in like a deep waist here. Trying to reach across for that far leg. Mustachia gets to his feet. And separation and run out, and a point there for Mustachia. 2-1 lead Byer. Byer had such good luck with that success with that single leg like an ankle pick. I'm interested to see if he goes back to that or what he's thinking, but Byer's just wrestling really physical now, and you just see the confidence building in this young man. Again, a lot of hand fighting action, but not much happening. Just trying to gain that position. Again, I'd like to see Byer with that quick little shot to that single, get to that ankle again. He's been really successful with that this evening. Again, a shot by Byer, met by Mustachia, and back to the center they go. It looks like we've got a little blood timeout here. So if Jason, if we got one queued up, we'll go and we'll be right back.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
Back to live action here at the Hive. About 20 seconds remain here. Byer up 2-1 against Mustachia. And we got the blood all figured out and taken care of. Nice job again. Kind of from a cross by Byer. Both wrestlers looking to score, but I think we're going 2-1 into the third. Nice job by Byer. He's been in on a few successful shots. We just need to get one of them to be finished. So Byer's going to take down. Interesting to see what Mustachia will do. Will he try to get some back points, or will he just cut him right away and go for the takedown? So Byer up. Gets to his tripod and makes that decision really easy for Mustachia. Gets the escape, so 3-1. And they go right back to their collar ties here. So it's almost like a little bit nice shot there again, met by Mustachia. So Mustachia is definitely on the defensive right now. Byer doing a nice job, kind of setting the tone, just not quite getting deep enough in to finish. Partially is that as Mustachia is a really good defensive wrestler here, and kind of holding Byer at bay when he tries to get in on the shot.
Well, part of it in the last match, Mustachia went on the aggressive, and Thompson took advantage when he took an aggressive shot and used the speed against him. And see, maybe that might be in the back of Mustachia's head. It's like, hey, last time I went for a shot, it cost me a match.
Right, and I think, like you tell, there's another shot by Byer, met by Mustachia. Like you tell any of your good athletes, you got to have a short memory. Whether it's good or bad, you got to play for the next play. But I think he does wrestle really well on the defensive, but Byer's not giving him anything either. So kind of interesting to see how long it'll take before Mustachia decides he's got to kind of let loose here. It's going to be a 3-1 win for Byer as he's back in on that single again. Mustachia in his most comfortable position, I think, is sprawling out. He gets heavy on the head, and then he always tries to score off of that. So little upper body stuff going here. Byer back in on the leg again, and my goodness, Byer is making a living just getting to Mustashia's legs, but not being able to finish, thus 3-1. Down to 15 seconds, and you think Mustashi is going to have to try something, but Byers kind of got him in that Russian tie, just holding that arm, not allowing him much to do, and Mustashi almost seems happy to have it to be a 3-1 score. Not really on the offense at all, and Byer, oh, there he finally takes a shot, and it's a little too late, and Byer is going to go home tonight with a 3-1 win over Camden Mustashia. And kind of keeps increasing that lead for the Yellow Jackets as of right now, 22-6 on the United Community Bank scoreboard. So Logan Gook going in at 145 against Roy Rude. Roy Rude 4-4, and Rude looked like one strong man in that first match, and he's going out kind of in that strong man right there, and just kind of grabs a deep waist, grabs him, and takes the point, 2 points, lets him up, tries for again, and here comes Gook. Gook coming around, but what we saw in the first match is happening again. Rude's just so strong that he keeps himself out of those bad angles, and a nice pickup and drop and another 2. So 4-1 in favor of Rude right now. A little switch here if you're the Yellow Jackets. We usually see Caden Felt in this spot. Caden Felt probably coming out at 152. And then we'll see what happens as we get rolling there. Minute or so remaining here in the first period. Rude says, I can't get you to your back, so gives the escape to Gook, making it 4-2, right back in on his shot. It's kind of like Groundhog's Day here. He picks him up, jumps him to the mat, puts him on his hip, and another takedown. So 6-2 in favor of Rude. Kind of just sheer muscle right now is what's separating these two.
He's definitely putting on a show of strength in this one. Trying to get some momentum back on the Rebel side.
Back to that arm bar he goes, and nice job by Gook, and it's kind of been one of the traditions of the Gook. They've kind of been able to get out of those situations where a lot of us would be not so likely to do. So nice job, Logan Gook, staying out of harm's way, at least for now, as a tilt's coming here, and he rolls right through it. So nice job, Logan Gook, on the defensive right now. As we wind down the first period, 6-2 in favor of Rude over Logan Gook. Logan Gook is a 8th grader. And Roy Rude is a 9th grader, so could be a battle for years to come. Rude back in, but nice hip over there by Gook. But now Rude kind of uses that muscle again. And 2 points there for Rude makes it 8-2. So Rude's sheer strength now just kind of taking its toll on Logan Gook. But nice job by Gook kind of staying out of it for the first part. Again, working on those arm type situations. Again, rolls him over, looking at getting a good look, and there's the fall by Roy Rude. Over Logan Gook, which stops a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stretch run by the Yellow Jackets. But again, when you're winning by 3, and then all of a sudden you throw in a pin, it's pretty interesting. it cuts the gap quick. So at 152, the Yellow Jackets bump up Caden Felt. Caden Felt is a junior, 6-17 on the season. He's going to be wrestling Thomas Thoreen, who is a sophomore, who came in tonight with a 6-9 record. Both wrestlers out of bounds. Restart happening now. Little shot there by Thoreen, met there by Felt, and you probably even picked it up on the crowd cam there. The mat cam is a little the shoulders hitting side by side there. So nice shot, but nice defense. Both wrestlers going upper body. Felt with the throw, but both out of bounds. So again, Felt going for that headlock type situation, a good way. If you can get it to run, it's a good way to get 6 in a hurry. One of the things he did was get Thoreen backing up now. So Thoreen is kind of backing off, and Felt goes for it again. Thoreen just sits and gets the takedown, and now he's getting Felt kind of pushing him back onto the mat, guessing working on his arm situation. Again, we kind of got a bad angle right now, but that would be my guess, is he's trying to get those arms where he can do some damage.
I'd say it seemed like it was a nice job with Thoreen of kind of goading Felt into that, using his aggressiveness against him, and then able to pounce at the right spot.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's the old case of going to the well one too many times, where Felt tried for the headlock again, and when you know it's coming and you felt it the first time, he said he wasn't. I don't think he was going back into that again. So 2-0 yet.
It's kind of like when you're facing the old Vikings offense the last few years. You knew it was coming on third and long.
It's like Novocaine. You can try to stop it, but eventually it's gonna work. Isn't that what the saying was? Something like that from one of our favorite movies. 10 seconds remaining here. 2-0 score yet as we get the whistle, and Thoreen doing a nice job of riding. I didn't see this in the first one, but first match from him, but he's doing a good job. I think Felt's gonna have to, if he's gonna go upper body, he's gonna have to really get that cinched in tight and not leave so much room for Thoreen, because he seems pretty slippery coming out that backside. Thoreen pops up fast.
And Thoreen gets an escape there.
So 3-0 lead early in the second period, and obviously 3 is a nice lead, but when you're facing someone who wants to go upper body, that can be wiped away, as a 5-point move can happen pretty fast. Again, they both pretty physical, kind of the hand fighting going on, and they both end up out of bounds again. But I think both of them are kind of tired of each other hitting each other on the head, and they're trying to do something about it. But neither one to this point has had much of a shot. We've had kind of reactions to shots, but nothing that they've really sold out for. So that being said, it's 3-0 yet. Again, the officials are saying, let's keep it in the middle of the ring. They both seem to tend to find their way to the outer side, which is a place where a lot of throws can happen right out there. Again, we're back to hand fighting, a half shot. Felt again with the headlock type throw, and again, kind of the same result. Thoreen just kind of sits in the chair, just like they're taught in the elementary school. I can remember Coach Trout yelling at my boys, just sit in the chair, and What he means by that is put all your weight back as far as you can and try to get your head to not go into that headlock position. And Thurene did a good, just an excellent job of it there, thus taking a 5-0 lead.
And Felt with a nice turn and now has a chance there and got a nice big 2 points there.
Really nice work by Felt. And again, a good time because, you know, that 5-point lead kind of gets you out of what you want to do. Now 5-2, even if it's 5-2, 6-2 going into the third, you've got a shot here of doing some real damage. So nice job by Caden Felt doing those sorts of things. So we're going to head in 6-2 in favor of Thomas Thurene. Felt takes down. 6-2 lead. Nice job there. That's the best I've seen Caden Felt power out all season long. So nice job, Caden Felt, cutting this to a 6-3 lead. We got a lot of time on the clock. Now we wrestle with a smart match in the third period here, not giving Thurene anything because really he's only scored off of Caden's shots for right now, but there's a nice shot by Thurene. Really nice upper body into that single. Nice job there, but they fortunately went out of bounds for Thurene, but nice to see him take that shot. Both coaching staffs working really hard as this match is tightening up and we're heading towards the end of the, getting towards the heavier weights here. Both staffs doing a really good job of helping out their wrestler, and you can just sense the importance as we get going here.
Those of you that might be interested, we got a score update over in Breckenridge and girls basketball action. In the second half, the Yellow Jackets in control of the Cowgirls. They lead 41-26 in the second half. And just a nice performance right there for the Yellow Jackets tonight.
Yeah, and you never know when you're on the road, and it's good to see the Yellow Jackets playing well. And again, you can come and see them Saturday here at the Hive.
And they got a tough one on Friday too at Holly, which is right now looking like it might be 1-2 in the HOL, but we got an exciting one on the mat right here with about 35 seconds to go.
Boy, and these two are getting physical with each other, Jason, and there's some frustration, I think, on both wrestlers. The officials have kind of been there, hey guys, keep it on the up and up here, but I think they're both a little frustrated. Both feel like maybe they could have scored more points, and the more physical you get with each other, you start to get this. But both teams taking shots, both Felt and Thurene taking shots. Felt needs to make something happen here, so we'll look for that headlock to come in here. He's going to try to tie him up. Again, there's a stall. That's the first stall now. With 11 seconds left, it's going to have to be, and Felt is good at these throws. Thurene has to be careful. If he takes another stall, that's a point. Then the takedown ties it. 3 seconds left. He's got to try to throw it, and he does throw it. And 2 points by Thurene. And it was a great job by Caden Felt. He had to try to throw it. Thurene caught him in it again. So a win by Thurene of 8-3. Nice match by Caden Felt. That was a good match for him to take a look at and to really go into the second half of this season and build off of that thing. So nice job, Caden Felt. Blake Lawrence wastes no time. He's already got the takedown. Blake Lawrence, a senior, 21-11 on the season. And an escape for DeVries. DeVries I have as 0-5. 0-5 on the season. He's a sophomore. So again, this is probably an area as the United Community Bank Wrestling scoreboard tightens up here with the Yellow Jackets ahead 22-15. This is a place where you kind of want your stopper to come in again, and here's Blake Lawrence doing what he's done well all year with a 6-3 lead and right back in, and just kind of imposing his strength and his will on DeVries.
And this is, you mentioned Lawrence being a stopper. He's also a starter here for the Yellow Jackets as they're hoping to go through perhaps their strength of their lineup is another 2-point takedown there for Lawrence.
Right. And, and equally as Lawrence is kind of the stopper here, I would guess that DGF's looking at Jordan Summers and coming up here as maybe their stopper too. And I think, you kind of go back and forth here and you're starting to figure out the points and where you're at. And it's going to be a couple toss-up matches that might be, or like you always say, Jason, bonus points. Lawrence nice, up 10-5 here, with about 27 seconds remaining. Lawrence going after another takedown. Nice job right to his back. Getting some points counting here. This is a nice move right at the end of the period for Blake. It'd be nice if he could get the pinfall right here, give the Jackets another 6 points. Blake settling in here, really has it tight, but the time was Mr. DeVries's friend. 4-point near fall, so what a nice period there for Blake Lawrence. 15 points in the period, takes a 15-5 lead. Heading into the second, Blake takes the down position. And here we go. Blake looks like he's going for the 2. He does get the reversal. So 12-point lead right now. Again, if he gets near fall, he's going to have to pin him here. Otherwise, it's going to be the 15. Potentially dangerous there. And again, one of the things that I appreciate about this officiating crew is Mr. Baki's right in there, and he gets right in there to protect the young man from DGF, and that's what this sport's all about. So restart here again, and Blake takes him back of the mat, and then he's got his shoulders down. This will be it unless we get a pin. So Blake's got to pin him here. Otherwise, we're going to get the tech fall, and I'm guessing we can use every point, and there's the fall. So awesome work there by Blake Lawrence, getting the fall, gaining that extra point for the Yellow Jackets that might be crucial as we head down to the end of this match. So nice work there by Blake Lawrence, coming off of this weekend, getting his 80th win. So right into no rest. We go right into it. 170, Jordan Sumners, 20-4 on the season. Jordan Sumners is a 2-time state entrant. He's currently ranked 10th in AA. Just a good-looking athlete going up against Braylon Rock. Braylon 12-9 on the season.
And Braylon Rock wins the entrance song of the night, hands down. That's just going to leave it at that.
And I didn't even hear it. I should have been listening.
It was the old homage to the Rock.
Okay. Hey,
his
perfect.
old WWE days.
Oh, man, and I even said that once, and he thought I was foolish. But, man, well, am I going to get to give it to him when I get home? But glad you got to hear it. I'm just trying to calm my nerves here, Jason. But Jordan Sumner's a nice-looking athlete, got a couple of wins on it. Braylon in on the single. If he could get to that double would be helpful, but I don't think he's going to get there. And I think just the power of Summers is going to get that takedown, and he's got it. And this is where Summers is really good because he's got such good pressure on top. So nice shot by Braylon. He's got to get in on that double right away instead of just settling for the single. And I think he might have had the takedown. Here we're trying to get that tilt, and this is a tough one when your legs are all tied up. Braylon's holding on. 40 seconds remain. So this will be good if he can. There we're getting the count. It's pretty tough. It's not a pinning type combination, but he gets his 3 and goes up 5-0 and then switches right away. Braylon gets up to his base, kind of stems that tide for just a second, but he's got to somehow get his arm back. Otherwise, this is going to be a rough haul going, and here he goes, and this is a tough spot for Braylon right now. 10 seconds remaining if he can, but Sumner's putting a lot of pressure on the front shoulders, And Braylon's going to see if he can come out. 2-1, and at 0.5 seconds, they call the fall. And not probably what Braylon wanted, but a nice work there by Summers. And a lot to work on there, but just got caught there, and those things happen, and that's the sport of wrestling. So we're heading off to 182. 182. So DGF's open at 182. Ramos gets the victory by forfeit. Which makes the score 34. Should go back and check my scoring. I think it's 34-21 in favor of the Yellow Jackets, which leads us to 195. Hudson Hackle coming in on the season on 12-8, a sophomore, and the DGF Rebels bump up Casey Waszewski, a 9th grader who is 12-3 on the season. Nice looking 9th grader is Casey Waszewski, and so here we go. 3 matches to go, 18 points on the board. So still anybody's ball game here, but each one's getting more and more crucial. And you can tell it's getting crucial. It's kind of suspenseful here. Waszewski in on the single. Goes to the double, does a nice job, picks up Hackle. Gets the early 2-point takedown as we go. Kind of putting heavy pressure on forward, trying again to work that arm out of there, and doing, he's almost parallel with Hackle now, trying to work that arm out, and but never seems to lose control of where he's at. So nice job by Waszewski on that early takedown. Good job by Hudson Hackle not to let that arm get controlled. .4 seconds on the clock in the first period. Hackle in the down position. Waszewski leading 2-0. Be nice for Hudson to get this at least a point. There's a reversal and some back points, maybe 2 on the back points. So 2-2 for Hudson, makes it 4-2, and kind of a quick turnaround there to that end of that first period. So puts Hudson up 4-2.
Big spot there for Hudson, really, to take the lead there, try to get the momentum, because this could be one of those potentially securing matches for the duel.
It's pivotal for sure, and it'll be interesting to see what happens here. As they seem like they're really close in ability here, and it's maybe takes that one big move, just like Hudson just had there, and pulling it off to take the lead. So here's an escape from Waszewski, and it's a 4-3 lead for Hackle with 1:30 remaining. And the only takedown so far tonight has been Waszewski on an early takedown. He gets right in on that single again. Let's see if he can switch to the double, but Hudson kind of spreads him out. Now Waszewski trying to get a better vantage point here. He grabs that ankle, which is going to kind of lock up Waszewski, but we'll see how, and they're going to slide off. So a nice job by Hackle. Hackle did a really nice job kind of grabbing that ankle, stemming that tide, and getting to the place where he's at. So again, but if you're DGF, you got to love the shot of Mashesky right off the bat there. So again, this is, I think, is anybody's match. There's a long shot from Hackle. Mashesky just takes advantage of it. Now there's 37 seconds remaining, and Mashesky retakes the lead 5-4. And again, he seems pretty confident on top, but Hudson made a really nice move last time. Let's see if he goes back to that move, or if what happens, or if Mashesky just gets to the point and just cuts him. And Hudson comes out tied 5-5 with about 5 seconds remaining. And Mashesky doing a really nice job along with Hackle, and we'll go into the third, all tied up.
Be a big 2 minutes here.
So Hackle's choice, he was going to go down. Mashesky says we're just going to go on our feet. We're not going to worry about riding. So Hackle takes the 6-5 lead. Mashesky's been really good on his feet. Let's see if Hackle's got a shot. There, Mashesky in on the double. Hackle's been really good at this. He's just sliding right now and sliding out of bounds. So that nice defense there by Hackle as he just kind of slides his way off the mat, giving himself a restart in the middle. But again, Mashesky's had a good, not an easy time, but he's gotten to Hackle's legs, and that kind of scares me just a little bit. There, he's got him again. He's going to try to hip him over. Mashesky's still in on that. Boy, he's a strong ninth grader, Jason. Anybody who knows Hudson knows he's a well put together young man, and he just stemmed off Hudson and kind of picked him up and took him off the mat to get a restart. So impressive move there by Casey Mashesky. We're into 1 minute remaining in this match, and 6-5 lead by Hackle, and Mashesky with a long shot and a stall there by Hackle, and then another long shot by Hackle, and lucky they were where they were. They end up off the mat, but I think he heard that stall call and got a little nervous and did a quick shot. But we got to make sure those shots are tighter in, and Hudson will do a good job with that. But Mashesky's really kind of driving the bus now, and again, making them circle. So 38.2 seconds. We'll see what's in everybody's gas tank right here.
It's going to be interesting to see if, what way you go about it. The one stall call might play a role already in this final 30 seconds.
Right, and here's Mashesky in again. Hudson reaches over the top, grabs that ankle, now just trying to spread him out a little bit here, and Hudson's fine with just sitting in here. Again, it's that same kind of thing that he had before, and there's the two by Hackle, kind of on a desperation there by Mashesky. And Hudson just holding potentially dangerous when he's holding on to that ankle like that. He's got an 8-5 lead. So even if he feels any danger, he can cut, give up that one and just get out of there. But he's got to be careful. He's got that stall. And a nice win there by Hackle, 8-5 over the freshman, Casey Mashesky. And a nice win there by Hackle, makes it 37-28.
37-21.
37-21, thank you.
That essentially, in theory, my math is right, wraps it up.
They can only get 12, so again, a nice job by the Yellow Jackets tonight and a big section win.
So Rory Lindquist and Bryce Fisher.
Nice job, both young men kind of doing some hand battling right now and kind of getting themselves ready to roll here.
Kind of playing out like to one of those heavyweight type match. Well, just as I say that.
Hey, I'm glad you did then. We got a little action here. We got a shot and Rory kind of stepping over the top and a little bit like Hackle's match, trying to maybe grab that ankle in the back, get himself stretched out and ready to roll. And there he does it.
It's got to be a unique change, you know, the mindset too, when you're thinking about the scores now, knowing that this is going to be a big match individually now for you as well, not as team-wise, but individual with a lot of stuff that hangs in the balance as well with the sections and stuff in the future.
Well, exactly, and it's kind of that you always wrestle for pride too, and it's one of those sports where even if your team's out of it, you still got something on the line individually, and so it makes it good.
And on the Perham side, you can wrestle your match the way you want. You don't have to worry about, do I have to avoid this or what do I have to do to avoid a certain move?
Yep, and you can, you don't, there's not quite so much on the line as far as seeing what's going to happen, but nice, it's a good match here, and it's been fun and well wrestled, and both teams, I think, are going to raise some noise when it comes section time, and nice job by the Yellow Jackets tonight, kind of coming up on the better end of it so far, and Coach Vetch and his staff had these guys ready to go.
On the other side, DGF too as well. They battled tonight, and you can just tell they're close. They're getting closer and closer.
Right, they are, and you know, you look and you take a forfeit out of there, and that's, you know, you expect Ramos to score 5 or 6 points, but you know, you give up those 6 points, just makes it a little bit different too. But that's why you rely on those guys to get you those bonus points night in and night out.
And there were some big wins for the Yellow Jackets earlier. You look at, as this is one still going on, still a lot to be decided on this match itself, but you look earlier, and we can talk about it later too, is Carson's Icy with the big one early for the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, and I think those young guys really came up big tonight, Jason. You brought up Carson's Icy. I'm thinking of Tegan Detloff and Nick Peters. Carson Byer with a 3-1 win. So, you know, you're never as far ahead or as far behind as you think you are, it seems like, in the sport of wrestling. And so it's interesting to see where this leads, but it sure feels good tonight if you're the Yellow Jackets. So.
This one's getting back to that, as I was saying in the first period before the shots happened, to that heavyweight feel of just pushing each other around.
I hope you say it again and then they do what they did last time, because you worked some magic there. For sure.
Interesting atmosphere around the track here tonight.
Yeah, I would say it's been. I got all kinds of things going on behind me, but thanks to you, I got that laser-like focus going yet here, and 2-1, 2-2 going into the third now. As I say, I'm laser-like focus and then say the score wrong, but hey.
Well, you may have been looking off to the side as we had some people running behind us as the escape started the period.
Exactly. So 2-2 right back where we started this match, heading into the third period, and both wrestlers on trying to get that first takedown here.
I mean, we haven't had one match go to overtime, so I think we're due.
Yeah, it always seems like we do have one at least tonight, Jason, when we work together. Nice job by Lindquist, kind of ducking underneath there and getting that 2 point, and here comes Fisher with the escape. So 4-3 And again, we're back to that, probably that next takedown. And then Rory with a big throw. Here comes Lindquist with the throw. He's getting some back points, so now settling up, trying to get the fall going here. Not quite set up for the, he's got points on the board right now, and there he gets them. So that's a big throw and a 7-3 lead for Lindquist. A nice throw there, and then just kind of felt that and did a very nice job. So 15 seconds remain. Again, I thought there was a takedown in there.
There it is.
And there they got it. So 9-3 in favor of Lindquist, with about 10 seconds remaining here, and a really nice match for Lindquist, and a big win kind of for the Yellow Jackets to know where you're going at if we meet up again at some point. So a 9-3 regular decision for Lindquist. And just a great job there by Lindquist. So Aiden Nadine coming out a sophomore for the DGF Rebels against the sophomore for the Yellow Jackets in Jackson Vetch. Vetch 4-9 on the season. Dean came in to this season with a 2-4 record into tonight's match. So a good battle here by a couple of sophomores, one that maybe we can look for years to come. So Dean and Vetch on the mat.
And again, Roy Lindquist earlier had that injury to fault at 285 in his match against Fosston Bagley. And hopefully he is okay. Or Reese Wilprick, excuse me.
Reese Wilprick, yep.
Good catch.
Yep. So
because Rory just won.
Yeah, that's why it was in your mind. But Vetch with the takedown. So a quick, in the first minute, a nice takedown by Jackson Vetch, who had a really nice tournament also at Eden Prairie. So a lot of these younger guys now coming into their own, kind of becoming seasoned, getting a feel for the mat. And here he's got a nice bar. And we're getting some back points now, I would imagine. And there's the fall. So nice job by Jackson Vetch stepping into that 285 with a fall. And that gives the Yellow Jackets on the United Community Bank wrestling scoreboard a 46-21, a 46-21 win. So real impressive. A victory there for the Yellow Jackets, one that's going to make them pretty excited for the time to come, and hoping that that's a good sign for the future as the Yellow Jackets head to DL on Thursday to face another Section 8 AA foe.
We'll take a quick timeout, come back, wrap things up here as the Yellow Jackets go 2-0 tonight on the Magnitude Sports Media Network.
Small or large, Superior Grain Equipment has a storage solution for you with a wide variety of bin options and accessories, along with site planning and superior customer service. Plus, from top to bottom, we offer the industry's best bins and warranties to protect your products and your grain storage investment. Get superior quality, protection, and reliability with generations of experience and dependability. Make the superior choice today with Superior Grain Equipment.
There's no question that yield is at the core of everything we do at Stein. It's why we are here today, and it's what will continue to propel us and our growers into the future of agriculture. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans provide a significant dollar per acre yield benefit, plus access to the best weed control in the industry. That is yield plus results. Yield expected, yield delivered. Stein Enlist E3 soybeans have yield.
KLN is home to great companies like Kenny's Candy and Tuffy's Pet Foods. Matt Nagel here. I was raised right here in Lakes Country. Our products are top-notch. Working for a successful, locally owned family business means job security, pride, and a connection to our local communities. Join us at Kenny's Candy. Experience an awesome benefit program, competitive wages, a sign-on bonus, and profit sharing. Shop local, work local. Get started at klnfamilybrands.com or call 347-0525 and ask for Matt.
Check out the Backyard in Perham. They have the largest selection of bird seed, assorted suets, and bird feeders in the area. Over 50 different varieties of pet food and pet treats, and an even bigger selection of pet toys, leashes, collars, and more. The Backyard is also your pet's destination for a spa day. The grooming salon is open Monday through Friday for grooms, nail trims, and baths. And book a stay for your pet at the Backyard Boarding and Play Care, a brand new facility made to make your pet feel at home. If your pet needs a comfortable place to stay, call Backyard Boarding and Play Care.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your neighborhood Ace? In addition to Ace's award-winning service, we have top-rated paint brands. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wandering and start painting. Head to your neighborhood Ace today.
Hi, this is Mallory Stotterell
and Erica Saylor from Lakes Ace Hardware.
You can expect expert help for your next project at Lakes Ace Hardware,
right here in downtown Perham.
Welcome back here at the Hive. A nice night for the Perham Yellow Jacket wrestling team as they pick up 2 dual meet victories tonight over Fosston, Bagley, and DGF to wrap it up as they earned a 46-21 victory over DGF here to wrap up the triangular at the Hive.
Yeah, and it was a nice night for the Yellow Jackets through and through. They, I think from top to bottom, the things that you want to see towards this time of the year, you got to see. You're seeing some kids make some really nice gains, and it's fun to see this team build in this team atmosphere and how it's all coming together, and that's what you want to see towards this end of the year. And it's hard to think the end of the year, but for the wrestling, the middle of February, you're talking playoff time already. So we're within that month range of thinking about seeding and doing those sorts of things. So lots of wrestling yet to come, but also we're getting close to that tournament time. So fun night for the Yellow Jackets on Parents' Night. Get to hang out with their families just a little bit and enjoy the good wrestling that was had tonight.
And the Yellow Jackets with the victory improved their marks to 8-10 in dual meets. Have another big one coming up Thursday night, Lance, when they take on Detroit Lakes. Always an interesting one when those two teams get together, especially with the past history between the two squads.
Right, and DL has been one of those too. They're such a close neighboring school, and their program's been so good for so many years as well. And they were really good. Well, the Yellow Jackets were really good, and the same thing's going to happen again on Thursday night. It's going to be 2 really good wrestling teams going at each other, and hopefully the Yellow Jackets come out with that same kind of fire that they came tonight and are able to step up and continue to do what they've been doing. So it'll be fun. And each night now from now on is going to mean something, whether it's to the individual stats or if it's going to be for the team, for section, for either individual or for team play. So a fun night tonight. The Yellow Jackets did a really good job. Again, I think you hit the nail on the head, Jason, down low when you talk about Carson Zeise and Chandler Mickelson and Tegan Detloff and Nick Peters and Carson Byer. They really got to put a stretch together right there at the kind of that early part of the lineup that made it tough for DGF to come back. And every time DGF made a little run, Perham had another wrestler there that was ready to step up tonight, and it's a good sign for the Yellow Jackets to not give up a lot of those runs.
Exactly, they did a good job of that, and whenever DGF seemed to have some momentum, Perham answered and was able to pick away, especially at the end. Hudson Hackle with the big win to lock it up, but then Roy Lindquist and Jackson Vetch following with the big wins as well to extend the lead to show that, hey, we could take care of business as well. And they did just that tonight for the Yellow Jackets. Lance, we'd like to thank our sponsors when we got a chance. Stein Seed, Perham High School, EOT Insurance, KLN Family Brands, United Community Bank, Lakes Ace Hardware, Central Minnesota Credit Union, Arvig, and the Backyard. We also like to thank the sponsors as the DGF Boosters, Gotta Go Driving School, the Stein Seed, once again, Goldmark Commercial Real Estate, Mainline Grill and Downer. Did you know that's just 8 miles south of Glendon? And also Superior Grain Equipment.
Yeah, what a good night, Jason. And if you're a Yellow Jacket fan and you're still with us and you're hanging on, you can be proud of these young men up and down the lineup. There's some really, really awesome matches happening, and super proud of this team tonight, and look forward to seeing them again in the future. And for you and I, people who want to hear us again, they can join us again on Thursday night, I believe, right, Jason?
It will be Thursday night. We'll be here as the Yellow Jackets take on the DGF Rebels in a big Heart of the Lakes conference clash here at the Hive between these two teams. It should be an exciting one. That will be Thursday night, and then we'll come back here on Saturday, have a full slate of games. That schedule will have the games will actually be at 7 and 8:30 for Perham and Fergus Falls. 7 and 8:30 the times of those on Saturday. But Lance, nice job once again. 3 good wrestling duels here tonight, and the Yellow Jackets go 2-0.
Yeah, and again, thanks for joining us. Thanks again, Jason, for putting up with me during the wrestling broadcast, and again, look forward to seeing you guys on Thursday night.
All right, thank you and have a good night.
The proceeding has been a presentation of the Magnitude Sports Media